Councilor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
So I move as council certified by recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I call this meeting to order. We'll have a moment of silence, and in honor of Close Your Mouth Day, the moment of silence will be for 1 minute. I think Mr. Alexander may be on here later, but close your mouth and listen is so I'm getting my stopwatch together. All right, so moment of silence or 1 minute of silence. All right, Ms. Thomas, roll call, please.
Mr. Payne,
Present.
Mr. Snook,
Present.
Ms. Walker,
Present.
Ms. McGill,
Present.
Ms. Hill.
Here.
Okay. Are there any announcements?
Madam Mayor, one announcement that I wanted to make is that I've been talking with Myra Anderson, who you will recall has made a couple of appearances before this body seeking the appointment of a task force on mental health crisis response. And I spoke with you earlier today and with Councilor McGill. And to make a long story short, we would like to establish the mental health crisis response task force. And Ms. McGill and I would be the council representatives. Ms. Anderson would be on it, and we are looking. I have not yet made all of the necessary phone calls, so I'm not going to talk about it in particular. But obviously, we would have input from the police department and from various emergency responders, from mental health professionals, and some mental health advocates as well. And we would hope to have details on that in a couple of weeks. But I just wanted to let folks know that that is an initiative that we're going to start. We've heard a number of people talking about that over the last few months in Charlottesville and elsewhere, and we're going to be moving forward on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other announcements? And I'll just read, since it's the third annual Alexander Presents Close Your Mouth and Listen. And it says that all area citizens are encouraged to be still and quiet for 1 minute, take a moment to listen and think before you act, be mindful when speaking, choose words that are helpful, not hurtful. This day and beyond, allow people to share their thoughts and feelings without interruption. wide, respect individual differences and expressions, and just close your mouth and listen. And you can find out more information on alexzan.com. And there's a hyphen between Alex and Zan. All right. Any other announcements?
Mayor Walker, can I move to approve the agenda with an amendment?
Yes.
So I move to approve the agenda with the removal of item 9, which is the CARES Act funding appropriation, as that will be discussed at a later date.
I'll second.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne? Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you. I skipped right over that and went right to announcements. So thanks for that. Next, we have recognitions. We don't have any proclamation, any recognitions? No? All right. And Councilor Hill, could you announce the board and commission appointments?
I move that council appoints the following to various boards and commissions: the CAT Advisory Board, Hanan Hamid and Ethan Heel; the Charlottesville Albemarle Airport Commission, Adam Seed and Ray Van Dorn; the Charlottesville Economic Development Authority, J. Addison Barnhart; the Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee, Patrick Healy; the Minorities Business Commission, Bellamy Brown; the Parking Advisory Panel, Jamel Bowie, Joan Fenton, Kirby Hutto, Jake Mooney, Danny Yoder, and Mike Rohde; the Sister Cities Commission, Nana Gardy; the Water Resources Protection Program Advisory Committee, Chris Geyerson, and then Patrick Healy. And I believe that is it.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And that carries 5-0. Next, we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Yes. Okay. Minutes, August 17, closed and regular meetings. August 25th, special meeting. August 27th, special meeting. Appropriation, Charlottesville Albemarle Adult Drug Treatment Court Grant Award, $240,000, second reading. Appropriation, Virginia Housing Solutions Program Grant Award, $539,333, second reading. Appropriation, Virginia Behavioral Health Docket Grant Award, $40,000, first of two readings. Appropriation, fiscal year 2021, Fire Programs Aid to Locality Funding, Fire Fund, $165,628, first of two readings. Appropriation, Urban and Community Forestry Grant, $20,000, first of two readings. Appropriation, Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS, HIV, HOPWA, $288,172, first of two readings.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Willow, would you check and see if there's anyone who would like to speak on items on the consent agenda?
If you're in the audience and you'd like to speak, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. You'll have 3 minutes to address council on one of the 8 items that was just mentioned in the consent agenda. And first up, Mayor Walker, we have Jeff Fogel. Jeff, you're on the city council. Can you hear us?
Good evening. I'm not giving up on this issue of the drug court. I know that there's a majority of people on this council who do not agree that people should have to plead guilty in order to get help. I don't understand why no one other than the mayor is willing to even comment on this question. You can't even find out why it's in place. Is it the notion that only with a stick can we help people? Is it the punitive approach? Is it because prosecutors like to have people go in drug court so they can wash their hands of the case? We can't get an answer to that question from any of the prosecutors, from the woman who runs the drug court with whom I spoke, who couldn't answer the question, or from Mr. Goodlow, who I see is there tonight, who couldn't answer that question a year ago, promised to get back to the council and never did. This is not simply, may not be the biggest issue on your agenda, that this is not simply an issue of individuals who are being forced to plead guilty in order to get help. This is a fundamental issue of justice. Everybody in this country has the right to challenge things under the 4th and 5th Amendment. Under the regime of the drug court, if you are illegally stopped, you cannot raise that issue if you want to go to drug court. So the question comes down to, does this council believe it's appropriate, or does it not believe it's appropriate? I haven't asked you to withhold the money. I've only asked that you make inquiries, and if you agree with me, try to do something about it, at least.
Jeff,
I'm
sorry to interrupt. No, I invited the executive director, Ross Carew from OAR, on the call to try to answer some of those questions. And if not, tell us when we could be, when we could expect an update on the city's end. So if you want to hear his response before you finish your time, or would you like to finish your time?
I really don't know the answer because I reached out to them and they wouldn't talk to me. The woman who runs the drug court could not answer the question. Our Commonwealth attorney couldn't answer the question. Promised he'd take it up with the drug board a year ago, never has. So yeah, I'm interested in hear what they say. And I'm also interested in why they're not willing to engage in a dialogue with people who communicate with them and ask them in advance of a meeting like this, what's their reason, and have a discussion about it. But sure, I'm interested in hearing what they have to say. I've been interested for 2 years.
I understand. I'm
waiving the rest of my time. Let's hear from him.
Okay. So I'm going to just check and see if there are any other people who are signed up to speak on items of the consent agenda, and then I'll have them speak. And then you have about a minute left, 52 seconds. So if you want to share at the end of that. Okay. Mr. Wheeler, is there anyone else who would like to speak on an item on the consent agenda?
At this point, I don't see any other hands. If you want to raise your hand, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar, or press *9 if you're on via telephone.
All right.
And no other hands.
All right. All right, thanks. So council, I did reach out to OAR to just start having this conversation since it, has come up twice and we haven't been able to answer that question successfully. So Ross is on here, right? Yeah.
And Ross Carew
Mr.
will
Wilkes, yeah.
invite you to turn on your camera and enable your microphone. Ross, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was
That's all right.
having a Zoom issue. I apologize. Let me preface this by saying that I am not the most versed on the technicalities and procedural issues around drug court. I wanted to remind council that drug court is a collaborative program between multiple agencies. The participation and who is participating in that program or participating in the advisory board is established by Virginia Code. When I reached out about this issue today, I was advised that there are procedural and legal considerations from the Commonwealth and the judicial perspective, that Virginia provides other legal options such as first offender status for defendants who do not meet the current drug court eligibility. Currently with satisfactory completion, there is the option for participants to have felonies dismissed where appropriate. Related to funding, there's budgetary restrictions from the Supreme Court funding related to first offender status and requiring participation of probation violators. Related to evidence-based research, drug courts are designed for high-risk, high-need participants who meet clinical criteria. There has been no research that supports better outcomes for those that enter either pre-plea or post-plea. And currently, approximately 80% of all drug courts nationally are post-plea. So that's the information that I have. I also am aware of that this has been an agenda item on the Drug Court Advisory Board. There has not necessarily been support from changing current practice, but it has been agenda item over the last year.
So do you know, in terms of the discussion, when it was brought up for the advisory board, what were the concerns, or you don't have that level?
I don't have that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So what would, I guess, be a next step for council to maybe hear from the advisory board?
Are you asking me or the other council members? I'm sorry.
No, I'm asking you. Yeah.
Oh, I think we can schedule to have someone from the advisory board report out.
Report out. Okay. So that may sound, that may be, counselors, if you all agree, what at least to try to get, answers to this question, which will keep coming up as we have these conversations around DMC and, related items around defund, abolish, all of those conversations. This will be one that if it's going to be in the solution category when we're having those discussions, as something that's already established that is preventing individuals from furthering entering the criminal justice system or spending time in jails or prison, then I think it's, for us to at least have that information may be helpful. Does anyone disagree with that? Okay. So could you check and get back with me on if they could present at our October 5th meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor Walker, would you like to invite Mr. Fogel to continue at this point?
Yeah, I was just saying thank you and thanks for coming on this short notice. So I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate being included in the conversation.
All right. Yes, Jeff, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, as a lawyer, I would normally say I rest my case, simply based on the response that you got, which was a non-response. They knew what the issue was. They've known what the issue is. It's very frustrating to deal with these people when they don't even know why they're doing what they're doing, and they can't think about it. And it takes them a year to bring it up on a subcommittee when it's been raised with them a year ago. So again, it doesn't speak well of OAR. It just doesn't speak well of OAR that you can't answer a simple question like that. So I rest my case.
And I think what I heard, hopefully what I heard if I heard correctly, was that someone did take this information back to the advisory board and there was a discussion on it, but we don't know why the outcome of that discussion, I guess, and that's what we're asking now, how they arrived at the outcome they arrived at, right?
They didn't. They never put it on their agenda. It was discussed to be put on the agenda, but never was put on the agenda for discussion, or so I was told by Mr. Platania,
Okay.
who I think is a good source for that.
Madam Mayor, I may be, with the exception of Neil Goodlow, who I see is also on the call, I may be the only other person other than Neil who was around when all of this was getting started. Although I wasn't deeply involved, I do recall that the discussion about why require a plea of guilty was, first of all, the Commonwealth's attorneys wouldn't agree to participate unless there was a requirement that the defendant plead guilty first. And at a time when drug courts were very new, that was a concern, and we couldn't get the Commonwealth to agree, so it wasn't going to happen. They would say, hey, it's a bargain, you're getting some advantages, you've got to give up something. The second thing that they noted was that if somebody flames out of drug court, that may go a year or two down the road. In the meantime, what do we do? Supposing the officer has moved on to another jurisdiction, do we then have a trial after the person has flamed out of drug court? Related to that, are they going to be willing to acknowledge the degree of their use when they know that they may end up in a trial later on? Then finally, I think that one of the other considerations was that the folks were saying, well, if you're not willing to admit that you're a user, as in you've got this stuff that was arrested, that you were arrested with, why go to drug court? And so those were the reasons, for better or for ill, those are the reasons that were advanced, 20 years or so ago, or whenever it was that drug court was first starting. I know Mr. Goodlow has a considerable amount of gray in his beard, and I'm sure has some recollections of some of those discussions early on.
Neil, do you have anything to share?
I will simply share this. I have not been directly affiliated with the drug court program in over a decade. I'm probably not the best person to speak on the way the drug court operates in 2020. At its inception, Mr. Snook is absolutely correct. And even today, the Commonwealth holds kind of the keys to the gate of drug court. They have a veto authority over anyone who is presented as an applicant. Other than that, I can't comment other than the fact that I don't know of any other drug courts in Virginia, certainly any felony level drug courts that are pre-plea courts. There may be some that exist, but I'm not aware of their existence.
Okay. So I guess it's just best if we wait and get more information from the advisory committee. And if there's, go ahead, Ross.
So I didn't want to speak for the Commonwealth. Joe Platania is the advisory board chair, and he can probably speak more eloquently about the concerns from the Commonwealth related to this issue. So I didn't want to be putting words into anybody's mouth, but I do believe what Mr. Snook said is accurate.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Willer, is Joe on here?
He is not, Mayor Walker.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll connect with him too before the next meeting. And maybe if there's advisory board committee meeting before then, maybe it's something that I can attend to try to help to prepare for the October 5th meeting. And if not, then I'll just, try to meet with them or as many people as, possible to just start this conversation before we have the public discussion about it on the 5th. And if the 5th is too soon, we can move it to the next meeting. But if the 5th works, then that would be best.
I think they would welcome your participation. But I'm not 100% sure if that meeting is going to happen before the 5th.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you all for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor Walker, we have one other hand raised at this point.
Okay.
This is Marion Votaw. Marion, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear
And
me?
you have a comment on the consent agenda?
I am unclear on whether my comment is on the consent agenda. I was wondering if I might have permission to ask the question that I would have asked last time if we had not run out of time.
So we have you can ask your question so we can see if it's not an item on the consent agenda, then you can just raise your hand shortly and we'll have community matters and there should be some space there.
Okay, my question is, and of course, and you feel free to not answer it till later. Are we doing any special preparations for not so much November, but January in case he loses and won't leave and the white supremacists rise up to defend him?
Okay. So yeah, we'll address, well, maybe we'll address, but if you could come back on during the community matters section for that question.
And that would be at what time?
It's just shortly, probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Fine. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right.
No other hands are raised.
No other hands? Okay. And the only questions that I had on items on the consent agenda, and I intended to contact Khaki beforehand, was just the administrative fee that's waived for, I think, the Virginia Housing, my notes open, I think for number 4 and 8. Does that mean, so are we covered in terms of the city's participation in that, in those groups? Because it's saying that the best use of funds is just to send it to those organizations so they can use that, what would be the administrative fee here. And this is a question that just came up before, whether we needed, I think it was CDBG, whether we needed the 20% allocation or if we could. So I'm just trying to keep in line with those questions, if we could roll it into for citizens to be able to use those funds.
This administration amount is not that much. I think it's capped at 3%, so it's nowhere near 20%. And so we knew we were asking the Thomas Jefferson Area Coalition for the Homeless to essentially upfront the cost because they don't get reimbursed from us until after we've been reimbursed from the state.
Okay.
So we were asking essentially for them to float a significant amount of money, and it made sense for us to give them whatever the 3% was of the admin cut, since our additional expenses wouldn't rise to that level. We can certainly renegotiate that, but it's not sort of comparable to the 20%.
Okay. Yeah, no, we always want, I think, or at least I will speak for myself, for as much money to go into the programs as possible. So, but I just wanted to ask because it has come up in other times. So just that wasn't clear in there, and that was the only question I had. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? No?
Madam Mayor, I'm curious about one thing. The minutes of August 17th, were those stricken from the consent agenda for some reason? They were in my draft of the agenda for today, and they're in the packet that I've got, but they were not on what was read out by Ms. Thomas, and were not on the screen when she was reading them out.
I have August 17th on my notes.
I did read it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the piece of paper, the screen sharing thing only showed August 25 and August 27, which is what was confusing me.
Okay.
Okay, as long as it's clear that we're doing August 17th as well. Thank you.
Right. The first agenda packet that went out did not have August 17th, and I sent an updated packet.
Okay, that's the one I've got, so we're good. Thanks.
And so what he's referencing is just that when we're voting number 2, we're including August 17th close and regular meetings too. And she is saying that was read before.
Right. Okay, good.
All right, is there a motion?
I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
All right, any further questions? No? Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, and that carries 5-0. Next up, we have the city manager response to community matters from the September 8th meeting.
At this time, I have nothing to report from our September 18th meeting. I'm sorry, from our last city council meeting. But I did want to address a couple of things that came to me over the weekend from the community as it pertained to the SAFER grant.
To which grant?
The SAFER Act grant.
Okay.
I know that many of the members of the community had contacted me over the weekend about the SAFER Act grant and wanted me to set the record straight as it relates to past negative articles written by Nolan Stout about me pertaining to my proposed budgeting plan to hire more firefighters without impacting the general fund all at once, and the statements made by the former fire chief who wanted to fund all 15 firefighter positions in one fiscal year, which would have cost the city more than $1 million in the FY21 budget. I was hoping that the Daily Progress would have provided more coverage as it relates to us being awarded with the SAFER Act grant and how it saved taxpayers dollars by providing us with funding for 15 firefighters. But by reporting this story in that manner would change the narrative of what Nolan Stout has continuously tried to do, and that is to portray me in a negative light. As many as you can remember, I asked the former fire chief to search for other funding options to fund all 15 positions, or if not, I will work with him to create 3 positions every year for the next 5 years, which will provide him with 15 positions. But that never happened, and he resigned. And it was reported in various articles that, Richardson appeared to hold promotions for firefighters at the center of the budget battle. Charlottesville fire chief resigned after heated disputes with city manager. Manager's response raises questions, and so on and so forth. But however, that was not the case. It was about me not funding all 15 positions at once, which was also denied in the past by the former city manager and interim city manager. These additional positions would have impacted the general fund by over $1 million, which would have reduced funding for our internal operations, the school district, CIP, and public housing. So when we look back on it, even with the impact of COVID on our revenues, it was a good decision to search for other funding sources rather than funding all 50 positions at once from the general fund. So I guess being financially responsible with taxpayer dollars and asking for accountability is mismanagement, misconduct, being willfully ignorant, or better yet, creating a state of mediocrity never before encountered in this caring, dynamic, resource-rich community, which are ongoing quotes used by Mr. Stout from 2 former employees to defame my character. Even though the city during my tenure has achieved a reaffirmed AAA bond rating from both bond rating agencies, S&P and Moody's, a modified clean audit report, a balanced budget for FY21 before the onset of COVID, as well as a revised balanced budget for FY21 following the onset of COVID and the SAFER Act grant. You don't achieve these things as a city manager through mismanagement, being willfully ignorant, or mediocre. And lastly, the misconduct was, in most part, for me, saying no to a lot of things that came across my desk that did not make good financial or common sense. So with that said, I hope that I answered many of your questions that came to me, and me making a statement pertaining to that, with us getting the SAFER Act grant and being able to provide 15 firefighter positions for our fire department. So that concludes my statements for tonight, Mayor Walker and members of City Council and the public.
Okay, and I the councilors have a response, but I would just like, to add per the discussions that you and I had and that I had with other counselors. I remember sitting in the former deputy city manager's office with Counselor McGill, where she had been researching and trying to go over what similar sized fire departments were doing. So I just want to just say from a council perspective that at least from my memory, and including what the conversations that I had with you, I don't think anyone was requesting that you hire all of those individuals at one time. From my recollection, at least I was not. And we were open to having conversations about what reorganization needed to look like, if there needed to be more medics and less firefighters, and what was the composition of the crew. So at no point in terms of the conversations that I was a part of with council members and the conversations that I had with you, we direct you to just go along with hiring. What we did ask for was just that information. Some of the research that we were trying to do on our own, what are similarly sized fire departments doing? And I think even the conversation that I'm remembering with Counselor Hill, it was that they were much smaller departments than our department. Why and how? So we were asking questions.
No, I wasn't saying that about the council. I just was saying that based upon the SAFER grant and my proposed budgeting. I never said that the council wanted to hire all 15.
No, I just wanted to just make sure that along with this conversation that the only thing that I was asking for and what I heard other counselors asking for was just what information we needed to make the best decision moving forward, and that we're not at any point asking you to hire all of those staff members at once.
And I just was saying that now we're able to do that without impacting the general fund. I'll be able to hire 15 firefighters all at once with the SAFER Act grant.
Any other comments?
I just think that certainly by getting this type of a grant is very important, and obviously it's made it through much at the federal level and not the local level. So I think that everyone is very excited about the opportunities this can provide to our fire department. I'm going to leave it at that.
All right. Any other? Did you have any other comments, Dr. Richardson?
That's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Community Matters. And I guess if for number 5, Mr. Wheeler, if you could just bring the speaker back on, since she said she was here for the last meeting too. And then we can move forward with the other 11 after, based on when they raised their hand.
Sounds good. City Council will now hear from 16 people under Community Matters. You can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar to get in line. We had 4 people sign up in advance. I'll call on them first. And if you're on via telephone, you can press *9 to get in line. And our first speaker is Camelin Leone. Camelin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can
Yes.
hear you. Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me?
We've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Camelin Leone, and I live at 511 Half Mile Branch Road in Crozet, Virginia. I support the street designation of 3rd Street Northeast in honor of historic civil rights events that took place right here in Charlottesville in 1950. Gregory Swanson sought admission to the UVA Law School to pursue an advanced law degree, and he was denied because of his race. Instead of giving up, and with the help of the NAACP, he made history that laid the groundwork for future civil rights victories. With the help of Thurgood Marshall, who later became the first African-American Supreme Court Justice, and NAACP lawyers Oliver Hill and Spotswood Robinson, Swanson prevailed. How does naming a street after Gregory Swanson help future generations of citizens who will walk the same streets? It does because our public spaces can inspire us to share stories of heroes, and Gregory Swanson was a hero. Imagine that we are walking south on our beautiful downtown mall on a day just like today. The sky is so blue that you almost have to squint to look at it. The cool, fresh air of autumn enlivens us as we head north on 3rd Street to take friends to see Court Square and the Market Street Park. Just then, a friend from out of town or your child or your coworker sees a street sign that says Gregory Swanson Way and asks, who is Gregory Swanson and why is this street named after him? We all could reply, he was the first African-American student admitted at the University of Virginia. His courage made it possible for future generations of African Americans to attend a great public university and law school. His case was the first step on the road to desegregation. And it all happened right here in historic downtown Charlottesville. It's a story I want to share, and I hope you will support an honorary street designation of Gregory Swanson Way. Thank you, Mayor Walker, members of the City Council, and the public.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up will be Myra Anderson. Myra, can you hear us?
Hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Yes.
Hello. So first of all, to council, I wanted to say thank you very much for being in support of creating this mental health task force to really think about how people can be served while they're in crisis. I think as I've expressed to you in numerous emails, it's very, very, very important that we have this discussion. And I also want to re-express to you that it's very, very important to have a diverse group of individuals at the table as part of this task force, especially those who have had lived experience of engaging with police while in crisis. Now, the second thing that I want to talk about is actually later on the agenda. But given how these city council meetings have gone lately, I will probably be in my second stage of sleep by the time you get to this on the agenda. So I wanted to briefly speak on it now. And it's the disproportionate minority contact recommendations. I have a few concerns about these recommendations, and I've voiced those prior to the pandemic, and I want to say them again. If you look at the things that are disproportionate as far as the charges, the seriousness of charges stacked, bond being denied, et cetera, et cetera. These things have to relate to police, prosecutors, and magistrate. But all of the recommendations, none of in there, you don't see it anywhere where there's any level of trying to hold these people making these decisions accountable. Instead, there are recommendations about continuing with programs that already exist. And if that was the answer, if that recommendation was the answer, why do we have this problem if all of these programs are already working? I feel like the recommendations say, let's keep putting money into programs that obviously all of them aren't working, because if they were, we wouldn't have this issue. But most importantly, none of these recommendations get at, we need to take an honest look at these prosecutors who are stacking these charges on African Americans, the seriousness of these charges, why aren't they getting bail? None of that is in the recommendations. It's like you're going in the back door with these recommendations instead of coming in the front and really addressing the heart of what the problem is and who the people are that are making these decisions. So as these recommendations come up, I hope you will hear these words, and I will be following up with an email with more information as it relates to each and every one of these. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And probably this is probably a good time based on what because I see someone else has signed up and we may have other. And so I haven't been able to finish fleshing this out, but I plan to hopefully get to it tomorrow and, have the conversations that I need to have with everyone and to talk about what the membership of this task force should look like. And council has been having the initial discussion, and we think at this point that it will, at this point, and this could change because again, I haven't had, and some people are on this call be hearing this for the first time, but that Councilor Hill and I will work on this working group task force for DMC recommendations, along with Khaki from Demick from Human Services, Chief Brackney. I plan to reach out to Joe Platania to see if he will sit on here. Attempt to get, because a lot of stuff is coming up about the court system, retired judge. And so I'll be working on that this week. I'm going to reach out to Harold Foley to see if he would like to participate in this task force. Jeff Fogel, going to reach out and see if he would like to participate. Neil Goodlow. And if any of the, by the next meeting, we should be able to tell the public who is actually on and I was going to wait, but based on the fact that I had a lot of going on in the past week and a half. And so this was on my list and I didn't get to it. But my list just went. We're going to ask a PCRB member and 2 to 4 previously incarcerated individuals. I have reached out to Martez Tolbert, who is at the Fountain Fund. He was one of the individuals who was a part of the initial training group with Home to Hope, and he has agreed to be on it. I reached out to Eddie Harris. At this time, he can't participate, but may be able to participate in something at the beginning of the year. I'm going to ask one of the Home to Hope staff members, Ramonda Jackson, and then hopefully in the next week or so, we'll find, I have someone else in mind. I don't want to say her name until I speak to her. Anyway, I'm going to reach out to Ms. Henley and see if she would be willing to sit on this task force. And so by the next meeting, we should have at least have the group finalized and the a meeting date set to move forward. And that should just help with comments coming up. And I know that there are people who individuals would want to have on this task force. If you can see, this is already a rather large group. And the more people we add, if you remember what was happening through the disproportionate minority content with the juvenile study, we know that there will be individuals throughout the city that we'll have to bring in, that will have to maybe sit through a couple of the work groups, or that may become a permanent part of trying to get this resolved. But this is just a group to kind of start brainstorming starting point. So when we end up in situations like this, who's doing the work, whether it's being done correctly, whether we can trust the data that's being compiled, whether we trust the process. Hopefully these individuals will be members that people can trust, and that they would be willing to use this as a starting point and moving forward. All right, Mr. Wheeler.
Next up is Gray McLean, who will be followed by Jeff Fogel, and then we'll go back to Marion Votaw. Gray, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Councilors, and City Managers. My name is Gray McLean, and I live at 2711 Liberty Hall Lane in Charlottesville, Virginia. I come before you this evening to ask you to ensure that the city swiftly develops an inclusive climate action plan tied to a biannual climate emissions inventory. To understand why we need to prioritize climate now, a review of recent history is in order. In June of 17, the city of Charlottesville joined the Global Covenant of Mayors, which committed the city to conducting a climate emissions inventory, setting a climate goal, and developing a climate action plan within 3 years. In March of 19, the city released its climate emissions inventory of the year 2016. In July of 19, the city set a goal of a 45% reduction by 2030, setting a new leadership bar in the Commonwealth. The county followed suit and has subsequently developed a phase 1 climate action plan. The city, however, has not yet delivered on its commitment under the Global Covenant of Mayors to develop a climate action plan by 2020. I understand and appreciate that the city has been managing the fallout from an unprecedented pandemic, which has disrupted traditional community engagement processes. Nevertheless, our climate action plan cannot wait for the pandemic to pass. We must get creative. We now have just 9 short years to deliver on our commitment to cut emissions by 45%. If we've learned anything from the pandemic, it should be just how fragile and interdependent our community and economy are. The impacts of climate change promise similar levels of disruption over time, but the impacts will be much longer lived. We must start acting now to lower our emissions while protecting disadvantaged communities who are and will disproportionately suffer from excessive heat and other health impacts. I call upon the city to, 1, develop a climate action plan with diverse community feedback as soon as possible. 2, commit to conducting climate inventories every 2 years. We are already working on nearly 4-year-old information. And finally, 3, prioritize climate in the city's strategic plan and comprehensive plan development processes, which will guide city priorities for years to come. Thank you for your service and leadership. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Jeff Fogel. Mr. Fogel,
Good
you're
evening
back on
again.
with council. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. I think I'm very happy to hear the mayor's comments about restarting a task force to look at this question. I can't imagine there's anybody on this council who thinks it's right that Black people are more likely to be convicted in our courts simply because they're Black. That is simply intolerable, and it's going on, and it's gone on. And unfortunately, you have to understand our frustrations as well, because the findings of the MGT were a year ago. Virtually nothing has happened in the interim that I'm aware of, except for the work that the People's Coalition has been doing in developing some additional recommendations that speak more to the issue than does the report itself, as was well pointed out by Ms. Anderson. So I hope you'll take it as seriously as it is, because there was a promise made in this country in 1865 that all people would be treated equally. This is 2020, and we know from scientific proof that it's not true in our city. And so it has to be taken seriously, and people have to put the resources into making it happen and make it happen soon. One other comment I want to make apart from that, which is, once again, we have seen a high-ranking official in the city leave without any real truth from the council about what transpired and led to that result. It happened with the previous city manager. It happened with our previous police chief. And in each instance, we learned nothing from the city about what happened. And so we're left to make up stories about what happened. And you might want to refute them, but the only way to refute them is to tell us the truth. We don't know why you picked Mr. Blair to be the interim city manager. Does he have experience as a manager? Does he have any of the qualities that are necessary to run the city? I like Mr. Blair, but those questions are the ones on the table to which the citizenry is entitled to know the answers. And let me say finally, and I have nothing against Mr. Richardson. I have a daughter who worked for the city and made $35,000. She left for personal reasons. Nobody offered her a cent. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next we'll go back to Marion Votaw, who will be followed by Harold Foley and then Tanisha Hudson. Marion, you're back on with council.
Thank you. I actually believe I have already asked my question. Would you like me to repeat it?
I see heads nodding.
Okay, my question was, I'm a lot more worried about January than I am about November. This town has become an emblem for the radical neo-Nazi type of white supremacist. If there is a call to arms by a Republican loser of the next presidential election, I have great fear that we will become a focus again. I was wondering if we had any particular plans for January in case, well, bad things happen. Thank you. If I could find the mute button, I would remute myself.
Thank you.
And I would say that is not a conversation that we've had, but it's on, of course, everyone's radar at this time. And I'm sure that Mr. Blair and Chief Brackney and the deputy city managers will and council will, process if we receive any reports or if there's any indication that there will, be some kind of, uprising or something as a result of that.
Mayor Walker, next up is Harold Foley. Harold, you're on with City Council.
How you doing, City Council? Mayor, Vice Mayor, Dr. Richardson, sorry to see you go, man. But I want to say that, I don't know how long I'm going to be watching because the DMC report is like towards the end. And what I want to talk about is the DMC report. Me, myself, I'm formerly incarcerated. And, I always wondered why it was so many people that looked like me that was incarcerated, that was Black and brown. But to look at the system and see that the system is really not built for fairness in the Black and brown community. I had a conversation with somebody the other day and asked them, what was their biggest accomplishment? And the young lady said she lost the case, but the biggest accomplishment was that the person that she was representing said, "You made me feel like a human." And I think that's the thing I want to put that in your ear, City Council. How can we stop dehumanizing Black and brown people by locking them up? How can we, figure this out without having a back and forth or argument about what we can't do or what we can't afford? People are being locked up for years. People have lost so much. And when they get out, I think the mayor for, putting together, Home Hope. But I think it's more to need to be done. And, Maya Anderson had a value point. Is at all those breaking points that this is messed up, from the police department all the way to the magistrate, all the way to the judge, all the way to the Commonwealth. And that's all the people who need to be in the room. I think the mayor and Khaki just to what they did by sitting down with the People's Coalition and looking at our recommendations. And, one of the things in the meeting, Khaki's like, hey, what is some of the things that, maybe we could work on? And to me, it's everything, all the recommendations, because I'm tired of being, tired of waiting for some progress when we can do what we can do to make sure that this situation or these situations that was in this report can be fixed. Thank y'all for my time.
Thank you. I agree. Thank you. That we need to work on these things and get them resolved, quickly. And when I was talking to, I think, Councilor Snook earlier today, we were even talking about, because originally when I was coming up with the task force or working group list, I was thinking about Myra. And then I, said to him that, while, Myra clearly expressed interest in the whole, there is this one part of this, which is the response to people who are having mental health crises that Myra is very passionate about. And I think that we've probably been looking at this as like this huge, this big picture with all these broken pieces and trying to figure out a starting point. And the reality is that we are going to have to break these things down and work on, them in, individually, and then hope that we are all aware of what we are working on, and that when we come together, that there's some healing that's taking place, in the system, and that there's justice that's occurring as a result of our work within the community. So I understand the frustration.
Mayor Walker, next up is Tanisha Hudson, who will be followed by Katrina Turner, and then a participant on via telephone. Tanisha, you're on the City Council. Go ahead.
So first off, I want to say thank you, Dr. Richardson, for sharing the information about the SAFER grant. Greatly appreciate that. What I don't understand, though, is why council have so much to say tonight, or a certain member of council has so much to say tonight about that, or about your response to the public tonight, when in March, nobody wanted to say anything when Chief Baxter was coming for you. So if y'all knew this and knew that this is what he was working on, that should have been an article written in the paper instead of the articles that was written about them going back and forth, or about emails between yourself and the mayor going back and forth. So first off, thank you for sharing that information. I'm glad that that was accomplished. So he looks like a dummy for not being patient now that 15 firefighters can be hired versus the 9 that he wanted to hire. Second off, you leaving shows that this city has an issue of Black people being in positions of power. Nakaya knows this very well because she was often challenged by Mike Signer. So why she continues to give you such a hard time blows me, because the simple fact, she knows what it's like. She's been there. But as everyone can see, if they go back and look at the press conference and even her live video last night, they're very happy that you're leaving. They're excited. They can't stop smirking on camera that you resigned, because they were going to fire you anyway. Like I would uncover that back in May, like I was trying to get everybody to understand. So this is what they plotted. I want Charlottesville to know that this is what Heather Hill and Nakaya collectively worked together to accomplish. I'm sorry to see you go. I think you were doing a great job in the community. You were out there feeding people when no other members of council was out there. You were out there doing all types of stuff in the community that our mayor and vice mayor should be taking part in. And I also wanted to know if anybody even stopped you when you submitted your resignation. Did they even attempt to keep you? Because obviously we like paying people. By the way, I'm glad you secured the bag. You deserve that for all that micromanaging that you had to deal with. You should have secured that bag. Lloyd, Cena, and Michael Payne, I really wish you guys would step up and stop letting them two be bullies on council, because y'all let them do whatever they want to do. Cena, you are the vice mayor, and there's times that I feel like you should have stepped in. Maybe you did. I don't know what goes on the inside. Maybe you did. But it's a lot of times that y'all can step in when people think that they can have the final say or the last word. Y'all all work together, and that drug court stuff proved that y'all like throwing each other under the bus down at the city. Y'all don't want real change, because every time somebody make a change and it makes y'all uncomfortable or it makes your friends uncomfortable, you want to challenge them. Like, y'all got a lot of work to do. Like, and y'all don't know y'all job. Y'all still ask what y'all need to do. Like, I don't get it. No response, I guess.
So thank you, Hudson. So Dr. Richardson, I think it's important, and this is some of the feedback that has been shared, and I'll just speak for myself. You know, there was a conversation about me micromanaging you before, and you know, some people since this decision has been made. And I just want to say with you here that the topics that I may have dug a little deeper with you have been related to pandemic, securing supplies for pandemic, utilities and making sure that people had utilities during the pandemic, employees and attempting to keep people employed during the pandemic, buildings and safety issues where employees had to work, pushing for that. Ms. Hudson mentioned that you were out feeding people, and there has been emergency assistance and those dollars that the city has allocated that I worked hard to ensure that we had so that we could make sure that the community was fed and had money for shelter to keep them housed during the pandemic. And so I think that's probably the top list of the past few months of things where we may have disagreed, that I may have pushed a little bit harder on. But in terms of micromanaging, if that means that I strongly suggested that we take care of people in this community, then yes, I did, you know, push a little harder. And I wish this, as I shared with you, hoping that this worked for us and how important it was because of even some of the things that Ms. Hudson just suggested in terms of recruitment to the city, what other people, especially Black and brown and other, you know, minorities, and I even hate to use the word minorities, but what they looked at when they saw Charlottesville and whether they thought this is a place that they could come and be successful at. So we had that conversation too. So I think it's important, just as you cleared up your thoughts around the fire department, and what you were attempting to do there. And the only reason I chimed in there is to ensure that the public knew that council wasn't pushing you to hire those individuals either.
I
ask
agree
for
with
the
you
information.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
I said I agree with you on that point. And I agree with you with the other points. And we had those discussions. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Wheeler.
Next up will be Katrina Turner, followed by a telephone participant, followed by Don, excuse me, Don Gathers.
Hello.
Katrina. Lost my voice, but go ahead.
Last city council, I spoke about the march Ms. Parker and I had. And after I spoke, Mayor Walker, you questioned Dr. Richardson as if I said that he gave us permission to do that march. I clearly stated that me and Ms. Parker worked with the police to
not to
ensure.
interrupt your time, but that's not why that's not what I questioned him. That wasn't what my train of thought was.
Well, I didn't mention anything about him giving us permission. I mentioned that that we work with the police. And the way you questioned Dr. Richardson that night about what, just because I mentioned his name, you know, we saw the way you acted that night. It's not just me, it's the community. Okay. And can I continue what I was going to say, please? I clearly stated that me and Miss Parker worked with the police to ensure that the people that attended our march was safe because of all the occurrences that happened at the other marches and rallies. But you chose to try to place the blame on Dr. Richardson by the way you questioned him that night. And I never said he told us anything. Charlottesville has been in phase 2 since March. How many marches and rallies were allowed to occur during those months while we were in phase 2? I ask again, why were Miss Parker and I the only ones threatened with arrest, criminal charges, and a $500 fine? I also have been hearing that other activists came to you, Mayor Walker, complaining about our march. Why? If you held off putting that statement out to allow every other march and rally that was held occur, why pinpoint our march? We had every right to march on that day without the threat of arrest, criminal charges, and fines, just like all the other activists that were allowed to march and rally throughout phase 2 COVID orders. You are supposed to be the mayor of our city, but you have shown your true colors. The citizens of Charlottesville thought you could be trusted, but you are no better than the rest of the council. You claim no one, white or black, has a right to question you. If you think you are above being questioned, then you need not be on that dais. There is too much of people taking things personal against members of this community, and it is really showing. I am not just speaking for myself, because there are so many people who wants to tell you, Mayor Walker, about yourself, but they are scared to speak up against you. So I'm letting them know, and they have asked me to tell you that you are not, you can smile all you want, sorry, who we expected you to be.
I'm sorry, I do not find it appropriate when we are attacking individual counselors in this way.
Well, you need not to interfere. Okay, because
our time is up, but I just think
like everybody else, just like when Nakaya always tells people, you don't have a right to question me. I have a right to my opinion. This is my opinion, and that's y'all's problem.
So, Ms. Turner, would you like for me to respond to you, or do you want to?
You can respond.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So no other activists have complained to me about your march. All of the counselors are here. Dr. Richardson is here. And Dr. Richardson, I think this is another area that you could provide some clarity to. I was not questioning Dr. Richardson based on the fact that I said this was, that you said that he was D1. Whatever you just, I don't even remember. No other activist group complained about you all. If there are people who are concerned about what they say to me, I think that mainly that's been because that I'm willing to challenge and not just take what people are demanding just based on the fact that they're demanding it. So because people are used to kind of, demanding people do something and wanting it done. And I ask questions like I would do of anybody that is presented as a challenge. I asked Dr. Richardson the questions, and Dr. Richardson, if you want to chime in here, but I did not tell Dr. Richardson or anyone else on the city to target you or Rosia and your march. So that is false information. That decision did not come from me. Every council member on here will tell you that I didn't even really participate in the conversation because I didn't agree. So if you want accurate information, there it is. If anyone else wants to chime in, I will let them. But I think often because you all want to be able to share a narrative, that you all are not even open to listen. So almost everything you just said was incorrect. And I'll just stop there.
And I would just add that it was just important of all of council that we are consistent in the way that we enforce the events that have been taking place, that were taking place over that period of time. And we had ordinances that were active. And my frustration was that it was coming across that we had made some extra effort with one event over another, and that wasn't the case. Yes, there was more communications that came out at certain times, but if I went back at myself and looked at all the communications from the city, and they were fairly consistent throughout the summer, and reinforcing and explaining those ordinances and what it would be to violate them and what the repercussions would be. And so I just want to push back a little bit on that. I feel that our priority as a council was to ensure that we were consistent in how we responded to those events.
Yes, and I'm consistent through the entire pandemic to say that we need to have a public health safety standpoint in mind.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have cited the events ordinance because I never voted on that. And I didn't agree when we were creating that policy and voted against it. So that wouldn't have been the foundation of my creation, but not spreading COVID has been the conversation that I've brought to every meeting. And I understand that people may think that there are risks that we should take. It brings me back to one of the employees doing the employee survey that we did. One of the comments was, do you feel that council has taken your safety seriously, or whatever that question was? And one of the responses was, yes, too much. That they thought that we were going overboard with trying to keep people safe. And I understand that that is some of the same response, from some of the members of the community, but I'm okay if that's being, going to be something that I'm faulted for. I'm okay with that because we don't know the nature of this virus. It's killing Black people, it's killing Hispanic people in this country. And as I stated on a comment that I made online before, if you're competing with a ventilator with a student, and this was in response to the students getting together at the hospital, because that is what has determined whether people survive this virus or not, whether they had access to care when they need it. That's concerning to me. And we know in this country what our medical care has looked like in the past. So I am very concerned about things like that. And I've been talking about it since March from a public health standpoint. So I wouldn't have said anything differently about your march, but council and Dr. Richardson is aware of my position at that particular moment when this came up. And for those conversations, my point had been very clear. I've been saying it and been consistent for months. And so, I had some other concerns about us making the decision at that time. And those concerns have come to light. And they are, at this moment, the very concerns I had are the things that I'm dealing with, that I would be the one blamed for that action being taken at that moment. And that is what is happening. And so because I already knew that to be the case, I did not participate, like I said, in the discussions that we had that day and shared my concerns about why I thought we were having them at that time. No other comments? Okay. Mr. Wheeler.
Our next speaker comes to us via telephone. We'll ask them to introduce themselves, tell us their place of residence. Hello, can you hear us? You'll have to unmute your microphone.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, tell us
Hi,
your
thank
name
you.
and place of residence.
Thank you for taking my call. Good evening, City Council. This is Carol Thorpe. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to address you tonight. I'm calling in an effort to help clarify for a number of people I've spoken to the matter of Dr. Richardson's initial employment contract and also the terms of his severance benefits. I was watching live the virtual Zoom meeting at which his resignation was discussed. At the very beginning of the meeting, Mayor Walker had rather quickly, or someone had mentioned, bringing up the two terms of his employment contract. This was Section 3, which had to do with the minimum written notice of 75 days, and then Section 6. Neither of these sections were read for the benefit of either the public or the media that was tuned into that meeting. So they were just that the sections were mentioned, they were approved, and then the meeting went on. The media was invited to ask questions. Nolan Stout, one reporter for the Daily Progress, was on that meeting. He had asked Mayor Walker a direct question: if with the amendments, if the 75-day written notice was the only amendment that was voted on, and she said yes, without also adding that Section 6 was part of that, and not a single counselor had chimed in to say, no, this also included Section 6. Section 6, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that said, quote, that now under the terms of his initial contract would have allowed for severance benefits with the lump sum payment equal to 1 year of his salary or $205,000, only in the event if the city terminated his contract without case after 6 months of the execution of his employment agreement. But that was stricken to allow for him to leave us with his resignation to take that $205,000 with him. So what's interesting is when Mr. Stout wrote his article that appeared in the Daily Progress, without the mayor having qualified that, he reported, quote, per his contract, Richardson is entitled to a lump sum payment of $205,000. So I think this has stirred a lot of the confusion in the public, who is perceiving that Dr. Richardson received that, or is going to receive that $205,000 as part of his initial employment contract. That is not true, by my understanding. That is because of an amendment in that Section 6 that council voted on. So I would like someone on council to confirm that this evening. If no one will confirm that right now, I will take your silence to mean that this is true, that that $205,000 is being paid not as part of his initial employment contract, but as part of an amendment that you voted on at that meeting. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, so since I was the one that you just commented on, yes, we did change both of those items, and we are agreeing to pay Dr. Richardson the $205,000 under these circumstances, which we are, because it's personnel, we are not discussing, any further. But I did, I don't remember that moment. There was a lot going on in the moment. So my apologies for stating that, but we did change that item too. Mr. Blair, is there anything else that I wasn't even aware that we didn't read what the changes are. So
no, it
just didn't remember that moment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, you've summarized that correctly. The contract was amended at the beginning of that meeting that did in fact change the terms of the contract so that the resignation would result in severance benefits for Dr. Richardson. But that was voted upon at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
I thought it was posted. I know it was posted maybe just before the meeting started, but I thought it was posted for the public to see that amended version. Is that not true?
It was.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for confirming.
All right. Thank you.
Our 10th speaker will be Don Gathers, followed by Jay James. Don, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm sorry you keep getting choked up over my name, Mr. Wheeler. I hope that you're well. Before I go too deep into this, Councilor Hill, I have to say that it is very much the right and the responsibility of the citizenry to speak to point out and to correct or to speak against its elected officials whenever they feel that it's appropriate. It may not always be aesthetically pleasing, but that comes with the job and with the territory. Dr. Richardson, I am very much unhappy that you're leaving. I can't say that I'm at all shocked or surprised by it. Our community has or is developing a very bad habit of not treating Black men in positions of authority very, very well. But we need to recognize and remember that we're in the middle of a pandemic. No disrespect whatsoever to you, Mr. Blair, but this is not the time to turn over a city and a locality to someone who doesn't have the experience in running such said city or locality. I like Mr. Blair. He's an excellent individual, and I'm sure that he does very well in the legal realm, but I just don't know what experience, if any, that he may have in running a city or town or locality. And this, I just don't think, is the proper time to be turning over the reins of the buggy or the cart or the bicycle to someone doing what we're facing right now. It was just announced today that just in athletic team testing, that some 22 athletes at UVA have just tested positive. And of the numbers that they tested, that represented some 3%. And that was just amongst the athletic community. That's not UVA as a whole. Where we found out this weekend that some 14 more students on grounds had tested positive. We need to be more forward thinking. We need to, just as we say, treat our Black women with respect, we need to treat our Black men with the same level of support and respect. And again, Dr. Richardson, I am saddened that you're leaving. Wish you good luck and Godspeed. And I'm sure that you will land on your feet somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Jay James. Jay, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Mayor, good evening to you, Dr. Richardson, members of council. As always, when I get to talk to you all, just grateful for the opportunity, and I'll be brief. I really want to talk about solutions up to some of the things we've heard. I am at 169 Brookwood Drive in the city, and I'm the assistant director of the Bridge Ministry Substance Abuse and Reentry Program. And given the concerns you guys expressed or that community members expressed over drug court and also disproportionate minority contact, I just want to offer that our program is African-American owned and it has been that way with William Washington, our founder, executive director. We are very concerned about helping individuals of color come out of the jail and find full-time employment and things of that nature as well. And also, we take people pre-plea, pre-trial, predisposition, all of those different things. So I just want to offer to you all, I believe that we are a solution that's right here in this community that can work in construct with the drug court and can also help with the disproportionate minority contact, concerns that we have as part of our program. So I did want to share with you, we sent you all some information via email, and in terms of the pandemic, which Mayor Walker, you mentioned, and I appreciate your concern so much over this issue. We've been the only program really that I know of in our state that has tested everyone who comes to our program for COVID-19 before they come to the facility. So that's asymptomatic. It doesn't matter. We test everyone. And recently we received an individual from the jail that tested positive for the virus. And we worked with the jail's leadership to make them aware that the virus was present. And Love Colonel Coomer did a tremendous job with the staff, took the necessary steps to keep everyone safe. And as a part of that communication, it was able to help to make sure that the virus didn't go undetected and prevented a larger outbreak and saved lives. And I share that with you all tonight. It's really more so about the relationship that we have with the jail to help these men who are dealing with substance abuse and addiction to get great opportunities. And now our jail is one of the leaders in terms of asymptomatic testing and the different things that they're doing to keep the inmates safe. So since the last time that I spoke with you all, we've received 8 clients from the jail. 7 of them are from Charlottesville, 6 are on home electronic monitoring. Some of them are receiving, they went out in that first wave on the monitors, but needed more structure and accountability. And now they're in our program and preparing to go to our second phase in our intern house, where they'll get a career employment of $14 to $20 an hour, be tax-paying citizens, and have an opportunity to really impact this community. And lastly, I'd say, even Senator Warner told me last week, he said that our country should emulate programs like the Bridge Ministry because of the change that it is making. So I know we're not talking about CARES Act funding tonight. We hope to come back and do that in the near future, but I just hope you all will keep us in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gloria Beard, who will be followed by Rosia Parker and then Zy Bryant. Gloria, can you hear us? You're on with City Council. You'll need to unmute your microphone.
Now,
There
can
you go.
y'all hear me?
We can. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'd like to address 2 things. I want to ask you all, because I really don't know the rules about these marches. You know, I was a participant in 2 of them, but I was riding in the car because I can't do the walking. And they went fairly well. So it was a march coming up Sunday, I think, and I heard. Now, see, I didn't hear nothing from you all about it, but they tell me it has been canceled because y'all were worried about the park being too full under over 50 people. Is that correct? Because there was a petition put in for the march. The one that was supposed to come up Sunday. Do y'all know about it? Does anybody know about the march that was supposed to be coming up?
I don't believe the council would know.
Oh my God! What in the world? Well, I was told that it's off. We can't have it. But anyway, that was that. So y'all don't know anything about it, but I heard it was canceled.
I mean,
somebody lied. I'm gonna find out the bottom of this. I gotta do my detective work. Okay. And now this other thing. I heard today that the delegate, down in Richmond gave the what you call it, a PCRB. I call it CRB. Well, anyway, the Citizen Review Board, they gave him some power. Have y'all heard about that? Y'all did hear about that. Well, that's a great thing. So I want to know, because I have citizens coming to me, want to know when can they start come and talk to these people? Are they when? I mean, it's been last year we finished doing the bylaws, and now people, they got excited about it. I'm excited about it because I am a citizen. So I might need one of those boards someday. So can y'all give me any kind of idea when these people can, get the complaints in?
Ms. Beard, one thing.
Because it was not, I was part of that. So I'm kind of concerned because if not, we're going to lose the people. I'm going to tell you what I know. We don't want that board to dismantle, y'all. We need it here in Charlottesville. Please, y'all, work on this. Don't let it dismantle. We want them to have power to help the people. Y'all know what's going on in this town now. I've been here 60-some years, and now I don't know. If I was younger, I think I'd be trying to find a place to move to myself. Okay? Can somebody give me some feedback?
Ms. Beard, one thing I should point out is that nothing has passed the General Assembly yet regarding PCRBs. There was a bill that passed the House of Delegates on pretty much a straight party line vote. I think it was like 53 to 45. And it has gone over to the Senate. It has been reported out of the Senate Courts of Justice Committee, but has not yet gone to the floor of the Senate. Would have to pass the floor of the Senate and then have to be signed by the governor before it's going to be law. So it hasn't happened yet.
But why in the world, how did this false news get out? It's fake news now. I'm going to use that term. Thank you. Dr. Richardson, I've been crying every day. I hate to see you go because you had some good plans for this city. But you know, God gonna take care of you. So you take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you.
And just to answer just part of, does someone else have? Oh, to part of that is that we're waiting, Ms. Beard, to see what the feedback from Richmond, what is actually passed in Richmond and signed by the governor. And then, you know, our next steps at that point, I think what we agreed on at this point is we'll get, you know, feedback from the, you know, city attorney office. And so that should be really brief. It shouldn't take a lot of time, but then we should be scheduling, we'll have a work session with the PCRB members and try to work through what is coming out of Richmond, and then to see where alignment is on some of the other concerns that was brought in between the draft that was voted on versus the draft that they would, the current PCRB would like to have implemented now. And so that's my understanding of what the next steps will be.
And if people have complaints at this stage, the PCRB board is taking complaints. So if somebody feels that they need to lodge a formal complaint with the PCRB, just because we're waiting on Richmond and some things does not mean that people cannot go forward and do that.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosia Parker, followed by Zia Bryant. Rosia, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I live on Hardy Drive in the city. I am speaking about my march on last month. I feel as though that it is very personal. Even though they're saying that it's not personal, and even though truth is not being told right now to the public exactly as to what happened, and then to hear that it was said that our march was the last straw for Mr. Richardson before his resignation, I feel that should have never had anything to have done with anything. Two, the city council saying that they're trying to make this COVID ordinance, that you're really working on making it consistent. It's not consistent because you're violating my First Amendment right to not be able to march, speak, or protest. Two, you're having, even in the city council, y'all are arguing within yourself to figure out how to find these people. One, when we put in for our permit, we didn't get the answer. We sent the permit in July. It took all the way up until today to get an answer that we was not going to be able to have the permit to march. Another thing, we was never offered a $500 fine to be able to participate without counseling our situation, our march. Mr. Gray was fined $500. Zion O'Brien was fined $500. But y'all have had several marches well before my march from June until August. Y'all are still confused even about what are y'all gonna do for the August 12th in the park. Y'all are still confused about what are y'all gonna do about the fines. So how can y'all say that y'all are being consistent? You're not being consistent because you didn't violate the other protesters on their events by saying that y'all's people, y'all's attendees would be locked up. Ours was said that we would be locked up or we would be fined. That was not totally fair to myself or Ms. Turner. That was not fair at all. And I don't understand how nobody knew about any of our marches that we have been planning. Yes, it was spontaneous, but it wasn't spontaneous because it was being planned with a police officer. So I'm not really understanding how are y'all consistent with this COVID-19 procedure when y'all waited all the way up until August to reiterate it to make sure that myself and Ms. Turner's march was not going as planned. 2, y'all don't even know if we have 50 people or less, like I did in my march, to make it legal, to make me be able to march. But also to be arguing on Facebook if my march was to take place or not, Ms. Walker, I don't even see as a mayor, that should have not even took place either. But like I said, it was not fair at all. And it shouldn't have taken this long from July till now also to get a permit for our march to be denied today. If y'all was really in COVID from March till now, y'all should have.
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
That. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I agree with some of the statements that Ms. Parker said, and I have voiced those same things. There should have been consistency. And the day that that robbed that group from Juneteenth received their fine, I was under the impression and even had discussions with the members who planned that march because they were frustrated, and I did not know why they were frustrated because even before the march had happened, I had discussed with them that they would be receiving a fine. So I ended up calling to say, why are you all acting surprised about this fine? When I was asking them the question, I later had to call back and apologize because I didn't know that they were the only ones that received the fine. And so then that is a discussion that we had, and I don't remember every counselor that chimed in, but I said at the time to Dr. Richardson, and that we either need to be even consistent with that, where everyone either gets a fine or no one gets a fine, and that we shouldn't have people thinking that they've been singled out in some way. And I think I spoke to 3 individuals related to the Juneteenth march before I became aware, because they didn't express with their frustration that they were the only ones who had received the fine. And I think there was news media or something that had been put out, and I hadn't seen that. And so I agree that when the fines were issued, that it should have been clear who was receiving the fine, and even before those dates, that those discussions should have been had. And I think with the exception of you all and probably Ziana, I think before the events took place that I have had conversations with individuals about the potential of this fine just based on the ordinance that's passed. And something else that I think it's, because I just had this conversation, I think Friday, to where I was speaking with JJ Davis at UVA, and there has been dialogue between UVA and the city, and I haven't been a part of those dialogues, so I'm just saying what I feel like has happened, but where there has been the expression of like, we need to ensure that our citizens, that there's a stronger message related to the pandemic and safety, while we are expressing the concerns about UVA and their students. And I think these are two different issues, but I bring this up to just tell you all the kind of battles that we're facing, where one, we're saying that a large number of students are coming here and we want them to be mindful of gatherings to ensure that they don't spread this virus throughout the community. And then to get some feedback on that, to where, you know, you need to maybe send a stronger message out to the community. And Dr. Richardson, I'm not sure if you want to share, if you've had similar conversations. I think you may have, but I know that those were my conversations, you know, with the university. So they are watching the activities of our citizens to then be able to say, if you are asking our students to do something different, there needs to be some accountability on your end too. And while I stand firm in my belief that the student should have never probably returned to grounds, that when you're talking about enforcing and being consistent, there is, you know, there is some, I guess, validity in that, you know, request that I don't disagree with, because again, anyone who knows me, I've been consistent about the safety, you know, safety standpoint of this. Dr. Richardson, do you want to add anything there?
You're correct about the university. You're correct about the university and watching what we do.
Okay. And I think that
clarify, sorry, I just want to clarify for the public in terms of just in general, like events, like generally speaking, events that have like people are applying for permits or permission to use, you know, our parks, that's not something that comes in front of council. We have been more aware of some of the events as the summers progress, as we were addressing these issues around consistency and how we were going to handle them. But in general, I could sense some surprise with some people that we're not aware of some events. We are not part of that vetting process because that's not our purview, and that's just kind of where we are. Doesn't mean that we don't know what there's certain things are kind of made known to us. We know, but just in general, I just wanted to clarify that special events or permitting process does not include members of council.
Yeah, but I think normally that's okay. And
yeah, I
the
agree.
community will understand that. But I think during a pandemic, and when we're talking about safety, and when we're talking about that individuals can't express themselves the way they want to express themselves, based on, you know, things like, you know, George Floyd's execution, that it should be a more, you know, collective process, and we should understand what is happening. So when we get these questions, that we are not simply telling the public that, you know, we didn't know. And there were events that, you know, there were things that were posted online, and things of that nature. So, I mean, on my standpoint, I can't even say that I wasn't, you know, aware. Like I said, I've reached out to some of the individuals who have had some of the events to just say my thoughts around the pandemic. I mean, I remember telling them on Juneteenth, could you at least give information about testing? Could you give information about wearing masks? Can you make sure you all are wearing masks? So I had those type of conversations with them to try to ensure that, you know, people were safe during the process.
So I was just referring to, because there was one example of something it's on the horizon, another march was planned, and none of us were aware of it. It just seemed like there was some like misunderstanding. How would you guys not know about it? And I was just trying to clarify that we may not know all the things that have come before to be requested. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. And Chief Brackney is on here too. So if there are questions around, you know, that process with her and Dr. Richardson, then she can speak maybe after we hear all the comments to the, you know, some of the things that kind of maybe that we should know about and what we can do about that moving forward. All right, Mr. Wheeler.
Next up is Zy Bryant, and we have 2 additional slots open after Miss Bryant.
Okay. So I am Ziana Bryant, Charlottesville resident, a UVA student. So I think my first point is, I think it's interesting that y'all are always so surprised that your meetings run until 1 a.m. But I think I found the issue is that you guys talk in circles for 20 plus minutes each without really even saying anything. I'd have to concur with Ms. Katrina and Ms. Rosia's points about consistency. And I know the mayor also raised concerns about that. I had the privilege and very good time of reading over Nolan Stout's article from yesterday in the Daily Progress. And so the issue for me is the facts. I actually am sad again to see Dr. Richardson go, because I feel like he's done a lot of community engagement work that some of our counselors haven't even done. However, I think that the issue is, y'all don't have your facts together. You're trying to cite me for a BYAC event, claiming that it took place in Washington Park, and it didn't. So I think the part that everyone's talking in circles about consistency, but who read the ordinance and read the part about city parks, right? Like, so what grounds are y'all using this ordinance to then cite people for? I mean, I like, maybe it would be good for y'all to read the ordinance during one of your meetings to the public so people know the language. Because in fact, when I was trying to find it, when the very first article, when the press release came out about citations, it took me about 10 plus minutes to even find the ordinance. I actually had to ask someone else to help me find it because I just couldn't find the actual language. So maybe it would benefit the public if whomever usually talks for very long amounts of time would like to read it. The issue with the BYAC Black Joy Fest is that the event was never in the park. In fact, there were about 3 birthday parties and a repast going on at the park that day of more than 50 people each, and most of them weren't even wearing masks. At our event, people had to wear masks and they had to socially distance. I think that, I've had conversations with Dr. Richardson, and I understand Nakaya's point about, the Juneteenth people felt it was unfair, yada, 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 but they were using a shelter, right? So when we talk about the language in the ordinance and we talk about consistency and fairness, let's talk about the language in the ordinance, right? So if we want to talk about other details, then that's something else. But my issue is that y'all are talking around in circles without actually talking about the language in the ordinance and the grounds for which you're giving these citations. So I just think that the conversation can be more pointed, it could be more accurate, but the back and forth is why you guys are on here until 2 a.m. every other week. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr.
Okay, I was about to make a comment because I was about to say, I would like to make a suggestion that we go back and look at the ordinance and then come back to the public about, our plans moving forward in terms of the ordinance.
So I think in terms of, and maybe Mr. Blair and Chief Brackney, if you could chime in at this point to just talk about, and Dr. Richardson, this process of how it is determined what the violation is, who will be cited, and what is presented to council at that point, or if anything, once we pass, the ordinance. And Mr. Blair, I don't have the ordinance in front of me. So is there and something different about the park? And I think, Diana, I agree the talking in circles part, because I'm trying to be respectful and I'm not saying a lot, and it's hard to try to filter. I am trying to be very careful and mindful with what I am saying. And I understand the request to be more pointed.
And I just want to say too, the First Amendment rights are very important, and we do respect that as a city. We'll continue to work through it, but I think that we need to bring the ordinance back within council and then have a discussion about how we plan to move forward.
And could I also note that the city council does not make prosecutorial decisions. We were never asked, who do you want to cite? That's just not our job, and it would be inappropriate for us to make those decisions in any case.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I can understand exactly why there's so much frustration and confusion. And it seems because we, the city ourselves, have sent mixed messages. One of them is there's two separate ordinances. One are on special events, and the other one is the additional ordinance that you passed related strictly to COVID. Since March, we've not been doing any special events approvals whatsoever. And that is the ordinance by which you cannot use our parks or block our streets or have marches in the street or public right-of-ways without giving 60 days notice and getting that approved through the city's manager's office. So I think when we start thinking about 50 people or less, versus are we shutting down streets and blocking streets, they're conflating, or there is a conflation of the two ordinances. What we have been consistent on is bringing forward that each of these events and marches that have shut down the city streets or have utilized our parks all fall under the special events ordinance, and that if there were any citations to be issued from the city manager's office, it should fall under the special events ordinance, possibly supporting or being supported by the second ordinance that was put into place by council. What I have been advocating for from the very beginning when we stopped the special events ordinances is that exactly what you're saying. You didn't have the second ordinance in place in July. So any of the marches, any rallies, or any demonstrations that were occurring in the public spaces, whether it's the parks, whether it's city facilities, or whether it's in the streets, they would fall under that special events ordinance and should still fall under the special events ordinance currently. The reason it's so important that these ordinances, especially the special events ones, are under consideration is when you have these planned events that are not sanctioned, and you're shutting down streets, there's traffic issues associated with there. There's also ambulance, fire, safety issues. Also, when you have individuals who are just basically occupying a street and then using their private vehicles to close them off, there's high risk that someone may actually come into a crowd, either accidentally, inadvertently, or even intentionally to make a statement. We are always going to, and Ms. Parker is correct, she did put in a special events application back in July in order to be in compliance with the 60 days. I brought that before our CIMT team meeting repeatedly that we needed to address that, and I believe that finally got addressed today. So there has been not inconsistency on our part at all, been very consistent, including in my emails, that this cannot continue where we were sending conflicting messages and having these kinds of public safety issues, etc. Now, you can have a rally or march if you stay on the street, on the sidewalks. Don't block the streets and stay under the 49 persons. And it would not fall under either of the ordinances, as Mr. Blair can speak to. But these events that are planned, blocking streets, taking over city properties, regardless of the number, also have to be approved through a special events application, which Ms. Parker actually did as well. So any signs or citations that went out, we have submitted and have been consistent that every one of these rallies or marches that took place from Juneteenth forward, not accounting for newsworthy events under a spontaneous march with the death of George Floyd, should have been treated exactly the same if they took over streets or blocked them or obstructed traffic. So hopefully that provides a little clarity for council, and if Mr. Blair can chime in.
Well, thank you, Chief Brackney and Dr. Richardson and Mayor Walker. I think it's important to note that there's a special events, what's being called the special events ordinance, but it's actually City Code Section 28-29. And it also talks about that the city manager will set up can promulgate regulations for these events. And so it's important to understand, and I do, to Ms. Bryant's point, it is important to note that it's not only an ordinance, but are special event regulations that govern these events. To get to some of the concerns raised by Ms. Parker and Ms. Turner earlier, there are thresholds that, in effect, allow the special events permit process to take place. And the threshold typically is 50 or more people using public property owned by the city of Charlottesville. And it's important to note the regulations talk about public property, which is the property owned by the city of Charlottesville. And that does include its rights of way, as well as its parks and other public property that the city owns. In terms of special event permits, once the COVID declaration of emergency was issued, Dr. Richardson at that point stopped the issuance of special event permits at that point. And that was, again, due to the COVID emergency. And when you look at the special event regulations, like I stated, it has a threshold of 50 people. As to the COVID ordinance itself, and that's a separate ordinance, and, coming attractions tonight, we will be discussing the reauthorization of that ordinance. It prohibits gatherings of 50 or more, except for special events or demonstrations on city property. So there are two separate sets of ordinances, and I think it would be remiss if there wasn't talk about, there's actually a third ordinance that does apply to rights of way that also is found in the city code about that right of ways cannot be obstructed. I believe that's section 28-30, if I'm recalling, about city streets. I may be wrong on that citation, but again, it talks about blocking access, I believe, to cities or to the streets, or occupying more than one half of the sidewalk. Or if I'm correct, I think that's what Chief Brackney was talking about, that, if you have an event that is 49 people or fewer and it isn't obstructing the sidewalk, you can still have your march at that point. It wouldn't violate the COVID ordinance. It wouldn't violate the special events permit ordinance or regulations, and it wouldn't violate the obstructing the right-of-way provision that's in the city's city code.
Thank you, Chief Brackney and City Attorney Valera, for just clarifying that. I do believe that that with all those things considered, that we are covered. I don't know that we have to revisit that language. I think that we're covered with it. And so I just appreciate you taking the time just to explain it and kind of explain the different pieces, components, just because it is confusing. But again, I feel that we have had that covered.
And I will say too, I think it's been clear trying to figure out, one, the citizens were doing, whether, however you feel about them having marches, rallies, they were doing a really good job with the marches and rally. And I think for me, at least, if we were not in the middle of a pandemic, I would have had very different, concerns about that, because again, it was just all about ensuring that people were safe. And so I just want to, share, just say that. But since we don't know, and we are talking about really anything about this, virus, I think that it's, that we have to be very mindful about what that looks like, in the past and moving forward. And I agree with and I do want to clear up one thing when I said I was trying to hold some things back and be respectful, and that's not to any comment that anyone from the public has made, because as been mentioned, you all have a right to say whatever you're thinking and feeling, and it has everything to do with the frustration that I've been hearing throughout the community that this has somehow fallen on me and that I was leading these decisions, and that's just not true. It's not true in any at any point that anyone has brought up today. It is just not true. And so when you talk about fake news, it is all fake news, and I do not appreciate that. And so that's been the source of my frustration, and that's what I said. That's what I was commenting on when I said I was trying to, hold some comments back and try to filter through them. So thank you all. Thank you all for clearing that up. And I think it's, I haven't been to any other marches, but I watched, the lives that people had of them. I do think the community did a really good job. I think we also have to say that, it's not particularly safe, could not have been. I also made the comment that if someone had been in June and everyone's healthy, then what I would hope to have come out of any kind of ordinance has, been accomplished. People are still healthy. They're not sick. We didn't get reports from the health department that there were, a large number of people that became sick as a result of the virus. But I also fully understand that that doesn't mean that it's not possible. And especially, and I talked about this yesterday on my live, during this season, we won't know the difference between the cold, the flu, or COVID-19, and especially in this season. And if it's anything like what happened in 1918, I just want you all here in a year from now to protest, march, yell at us, whatever you need to do to be active participants. I want you live to do that. So that's my only motivation. And I want your family, even if you are able to survive it, the family members that you come in contact with. And I hope that we all have that common goal. All right, Mr. Willer, do we have 2 slots left?
2 more. Next up is Robin Hoffman. Robin, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I want to comment that I was in the march with Floyd and I needed to be there, like a lot of people did. But I found that people were distancing and they were really cautious and it was really led well. I just felt like it was so organized and that we did the 8 minutes kneeling and all of that. And most cities don't have this kind of cooperation. But I do see the changes in their findings of the contagion, that it's now air. It's not even like droplets. It's just like in the air and it lingers. It's really scary. I feel like we need to go out and yell when these things happen. But at the same time, that's like the worst thing to do. And so, but also what I'm really here for is to also be supportive of Dr. Richardson was out there and he was marching with everybody as well. And I was very happy to see him. But also I want to say the schools that are open, like Greenbrier and the county, and they're reporting that they're not getting COVID. But I worry about the teachers. And then I worry that people are not doing mitigation things. These are old buildings. All the schools are old. The filtration is number one key to antiviral probiotics in the duct systems and things like that. I haven't heard that. And I'm hoping that actually people start really addressing that, because we're going to have another year of this. People aren't cooperating, they're traveling. And if they do travel, they should report it and they should quarantine themselves and that sort of thing. But we're not all cooperating. And that sort of task force or structure to mitigating this in the public to begin with. Like beside the mask, besides the distancing now, I think we need to look at our HVAC systems in our homes, in our schools, in our buildings, in our city hall, everywhere, and see if we're actually harboring this virus and continuing it spreading. And I just wanted to know if that was a consideration. Are people talking about that? And I heard that Pine Sol is really good. So like if people could start talking more about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised at this time. We have one more slot.
Okay. There still isn't a hand.
Oh, now we have one. That worked. Joy Johnson, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great, go ahead.
Good evening. Dr. Richardson, thanks for all that you have done, and Godspeed. When one door closes, another one does open.
Thank you.
You and I have had some conversations. My conversation with you is between you and I. I can share with everybody, and that's the way it's going to stay. But I do want to say that I've served on some boards before, and I know that it doesn't take one person to vote to get rid of a person. And so it takes 3 votes on this council to approve anything. So I'm pretty sure Nikai wasn't the only one that voted. I don't know how it went because I haven't been following it. But I do hope that you counsel, the rest of you, Michael, Lloyd, Cena, and Heather, you got one feather in my hat tonight for speaking up. As a leader in running an organization, we're in a tough spot when things happen. And to watch the beating that's going on, right or wrong, mistakes or not, you all need to step up and support each other on this council. That's what makes a board strong. Even when you're wrong, even when you're dead wrong, you still admit, but you still give support. I just wanted to say that because as I'm watching and I'm listening, and rightly so, people have the right to voice their opinion. It just seems like, and maybe Nakaya, maybe you need to let some of the other council answer some of these questions, and not just you. So I just wanted to point that out because I know I've been still probably going to be in some shoes tomorrow, but I really don't give a damn. It comes with the territory. And I just want to say, I just hope that you all as a council can support each other, whether you all agree, because part of what happens to make a good team is you all agree to disagree. And so Nakia wasn't the only one that voted. It's a person that matters. I know you can't be talking about it out there, but I feel like I needed to say that you all need to support your mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are break and we'll come back at 9. All right, Council, okay. All right, so I call this meeting back to order. First up, we have the public hearing on program year July 1, 19 through June 30, 2020. Consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. And Ms. Attack, it will be presenting, I think. Yeah, is she here? Yeah. Hi, Erin.
Good afternoon. Okay, so today's public hearing serves two purposes. The first is to serve as a forum for public comment for fiscal year 1920, the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, on the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and home programs. The second purpose for tonight's public hearing is to have council set priorities for CDBG and home funds for fiscal year 2021-2022. So this is for next year. Goals and priorities that are determined as a result of the public hearing tonight will serve as the framework for funding recommendations made by the CDBG and Home Task Force on funding made available by HUD after July 2021. Right now, we don't have the exact entitlement award funding on hand for next year, but we can estimate based on previous program year funding what we will get. So given this, the city can expect to receive about $419,367 in CDBG funding. And for home, the city's estimated to receive $80,594 in home funds. And for the overall consortium, about $644,752 in entitlement awards. So for the program performance highlights for fiscal year 1920, so this past year that just ended, CDBG projects benefited 570 people. These projects included technical assistance for micro enterprises and entrepreneurs, re-entry services for the homeless, and workforce development. Of the 570 beneficiaries, 99.47 were extremely low income, so that's 0 to 30% AMI. And then almost 1% were low income, so that's 30 to 50% AMI. And then of the 570 CDBG beneficiaries, 58% were minorities. It's also important to note that for the economic development projects, businesses will have success and growth far after fiscal year 1920. Some infrastructure improvements have been also completed with the Belmont Priority Neighborhood, but project outcomes can't be reported yet until the activity is fully closed out. So it'll get reported on another CAPER in the future. It's also important to note that due to the global health pandemic, several CDBG and home projects experienced delays throughout the region. HUD has given extensions to these projects, and projects that are continuing into fiscal year 20 will have their outcomes reported in next year's CAPER. For the home program, the city completed 2 homeowner rehab projects compared to the overall goal of 19 for the region. Region-wide, the Home Consortium completed 4 new rental units, 1 first-time home buyer project, and 10 homeowner rehab projects for an overall total of 15 units. Of the 15 beneficiaries, 33% were extremely low income, so that's 0 to 30% AMI. 70% were low income, so that's 30 to 80% AMI. And 56% of the home beneficiaries were minorities. All comments captured today during the public hearing will be included into the final submission for the city's CAPER for HUD. So right now I have the draft CAPER as part of the council agenda materials, but once tonight's over, I'll send you the final version with the public comments for today. The full draft CAPER is located on the city's website as well as the TJPDC commission site, and the link has been provided in the council agenda materials. So next we have the CDBG and home priorities for fiscal year 21-22. Council will confirm the priority neighborhood, determine if CDBG funds should be set aside for economic development and housing projects, determine the percentage of funds that should be allocated for public service projects in administrative and planning, and add any additional guidelines that council may wish to see how these funds should be spent in the future. Overall, staff recommends the following. Staff recommends that council move forward with the following priorities. So the first is to approve the 15% maximum allocation for public service projects and improving the 20% maximum allocation for administrative and planning. For public service projects, these funds remain citywide in that nonprofit partners, as they're going through the CDBG application for next year, they're made aware of which priority neighborhood council has selected and they are encouraged to recruit beneficiaries from that target area. For admin and planning funds, this is typically funded at 20% at the 20% HUD cap to cover all the grant requirements for running CDBG and home. So this includes staff costs, staffing, environmental review, public participation, community engagement, Davis-Bacon, Section 3. These are all part of the CDBG and home requirements. And then council will also set a funding proposal for housing and economic development activities at $61,249.28. Have the remaining estimated CDBG budget, so that leaves about $150,000, go towards the priority neighborhood funding. Ridge Street will be going into its second cycle from the Belmont Ridge cycle rotation. This was approved previously by City Council, and per the discussion that was held last September, the 3-year blocked priority neighborhood cycle ensures plenty of time for community engagement to occur and coordination between the Ridge Street Task Force and city committees to identify a potential project for that target area for council to approve. So once they do come up with their project, we'll come back and approve that project. Council will also have any public service, housing, or economic development activities meet the goals and recommendations of the Growing Opportunities Report in addition to the consolidated plan. And then for home funds, if there's any leftover program income or reprogramming available, those funds be redirected towards housing activities to support down payment assistance or homeowner rehab. All the priorities that I just listed are also consistent with the 2018-2023 consolidated plan. As for community engagement, today's public hearing marks the first process for next year's CDBG and home cycle. The CDBG and home task force will meet virtually or in person, depending on where we are at that time, to review the public service and housing projects to make recommendations for funding for City Council. The City Strategic Action Team will also review the economic development applications. So this is for the CDBG program still. And the Ridge Street Task Force that was just formed will make recommendations to use all the priority neighborhood funding for council to approve. Notice of today's public hearing and initial recommendations and notice of the public comment period for the CAPER was advertised in Daily Progress from September 4 to September 18. Approval of today's agenda item aligns with the economic sustainability and quality housing opportunities for all priority. And home funds will also require a 25% match as part of the grant requirements. This is a local match. And in previous years, this portion of the funding came through the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, leaving no impact on the general fund regarding CDBG. Overall, these are the recommendations and program updates. They're located on page 7 of the council report. And I am available for any questions you may have.
I don't have any questions at this time. I would like to just ask Mr. Blair one question. Is it possible for us to move this to the consent agenda next time, just in case I have any questions? I had a lot of personal stuff going on the last week and I did not get to read this entire report. And so I just want to make sure that if I have questions that I can ask them at the next meeting, but if that is not a possibility, then I will just abstain from the vote on this because I just didn't get to read the entire the entire report.
I believe it's possible at this point to move it or to have a reading on the consent agenda next time. And Aaron, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, as long as the public hearing is held tonight.
Yeah, the public hearing is the key factor for tonight. We do have to submit the report by the end of the month, so that's the other thing to keep in mind. And this is on HUD's deadline.
Okay, so then we would need to vote tonight.
Well,
yeah,
we can. I mean, I think though, Mayor Walker, one thing that comes to mind, the council has a work session on September 29th.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose maybe if you had questions, you know, in the interim between tonight and the 29th, we could conceivably at the beginning of the meeting on the 29th, have staff address your questions. You could obviously vote tonight, but again, if you had questions before that deadline and it was materially affected something, you could have a brief item on your September 29th at the strategic planning retreat to ask any other questions that you felt the public would need to hear.
Okay. Well, I think since we need to vote tonight, that we can just go do that. I will abstain because and the only reason I'm abstaining is because I haven't read the full report. I tried to skim through it, but it's not how I like to do things. So I just want to be honest about that. And what I'll do is that if I have any questions, then I'll bring that up, you know, then I'll ask for that to be added on the 29th.
that works.
That works. Okay.
Thank you.
And council, anybody else have any questions?
Madam Mayor, I have a couple of questions for Ms. Attack. The first question I had, looking at the staff recommendations as they appear on page 5 of your report, which is page 44 of all of the agenda items. In the third item, it says public service funds remain citywide. Nonprofit partners are made of the strategic investment area. Did you mean the neighborhood, the priority neighborhood?
Yes, that's the priority neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking the strategic investment area to us here in Charlottesville has a very different meaning. So, I mean, should it be saying priority neighborhood at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Next, this figure of $61,249.28 is a remarkably specific amount for both economic development activities and housing activities. Is that pursuant to a formula?
Yeah, that's just how the math ended up playing out as I was dividing the estimated grants for next year into the different funding categories. Now, if HUD were to give us more funding or less funding, that number would change accordingly.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is just look at last year's number or this current year's number for economic development is $15,000. And now we're showing $61,294.28 for economic development for next year. Similarly, housing was or is $78,550.12 is now going to be $61,294.28. Why that number? What is there some formula that says economic development and housing should get the same amount?
No, there's no formula. It's just how the math ended up playing out. The number of funds that remain after priority neighborhood, public service, and admin and planning, it gets divided between economic development and housing. And last year we had $45,000 blocked off for economic development and housing. The reason why only $15,000 was funded was because the applicant asked for $15,000, and the remaining funding went towards priority neighborhood and got spread out between the other activities.
So if I understand what you're saying, you've got $122,588.56 left over after the various other demands are satisfied. And your recommendation is to split that evenly between economic development and housing?
Correct. If for some reason in this next application period, there are more or less housing activities, funds can get flip-flopped over into the different pots.
Is there something in particular that causes us to say, well, okay, last year we only needed $15,000 for economic development, but this year we think we can profitably spend $61,000 on economic development?
Not really. I mean, it's just keeping everything fair for all the potential applicants. The funding can get changed depending on what the overall entitlement award is going to be. And then the funds, if we don't get enough econ applications, can get diverted to housing or to the priority neighborhood and vice versa. It's just how many applications we end up getting.
Would that reallocation take place at the council level, at the CDBG task force level? Where?
At the task force level, and then it'll go up to Planning Commission for approval, then to City Council for approval.
So if there was to be a reallocation between those two, or for any category, it would ultimately have to come back to council for approval.
Yes, for final approval, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. I'm just curious. Well, actually, let me ask you this. On the housing money that we spent, $78,550.12, what was that spent for?
For in the current budget?
Yes. Or actually, it's being spent for, is probably more accurate to say.
So that's on Ridge Street homeowner rehabs. So it'll be going towards funding 10 homeowner rehabs in that target area.
Okay, and have those been, had the costs worked up? And is that a reasonably hard figure, or is it just that's how much we've got and we think it's going to work out to 10?
It's a reasonable figure. I mean, they're pairing it up with the home funds that the applicant did also receive. So it should end up working out as long as they keep to a timely schedule.
And what was the $15,000 for economic development?
That was a micro enterprise and business scholarship program.
Okay.
For CIC. And did we get any other applications?
No.
Yeah. So I would be a bit concerned, not having read the entire report, I'll say, but about us, making that allocation when, unless we have reason to believe that something would change, and especially the situation that we're in regarding, the community, the pandemic, and housing needs, to divvy up the funding in that way. So I'll just, share that, because I think essentially what we may be saying is that if it's not more than, that the CIC, that we could possibly, that entity could apply for more funding. So I think if we can set the priority in some way to say housing first, or that's something that I would contribute to the conversation had I read the entire report.
It sounds like from what the questions Lloyd was asking of Aaron is that these are just kind of like placeholders for now, waiting to see what the applications are, because then it all goes through a true allocation process, and it's just kind of to have like buckets there available. And so I agree with Nakaya too, like we could just say that it's all going to go in one place or the other, but at the end of the day, we're not going to make any final decisions on these allocations until after we see what applications have been received, and then the monies within both buckets just get dispersed. I'm not sure how much that affects, like what other prioritization that we would say at this point, because I think doesn't it take until we see the applications, Aaron?
Well, did the CIC request more money? Was it 40-something thousand?
No, they were, for the regular CDBG funds, it was 15,000. For the COVID funding, it was more.
Okay. All right. Well, I think without having that conversation that the request would probably come in larger, but that's the only thing that I was contributing at this point.
It would seem to me that if we're saying that we've got $61,294.28 available, we may get more applicants and perhaps some different applicants than if we said we only had 15,000 available, for example. So I mean, it may be worthwhile to keep those numbers as they are, and as Heather put it, to basically see what applications come in, use them as placeholders. But it seems a little odd that at a time when we're talking about prioritizing housing that we're reducing the amount of money that we would be spending on housing.
Well, is it accurate that that specific housing bucket is for homeowner rehab, and there are other buckets that aren't listed as housing where expenditures related to down payment assistance, homeless support, et cetera, would happen that wouldn't be that housing line item, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think I see what you're trying to say. So housing can fall under public service as well and into the separate housing funding pot that I have laid out here. It just depends on the program application itself, what they're listing to accomplish for the year. We also have to keep in mind that applicants do need to present that they are able to carry out the full grant requirements and the compliance that comes with carrying out the grant. So that does affect the final funding allocation, who ends up receiving what funds.
Okay. When it comes to the home ownership rehab, was there a situation where they planned to conduct more rehabs than they had the capacity to execute this year?
That was one concern that was brought up. I think it was in the CDBG task force meeting. Staff identified that there were some concerns with jumping from conducting 4 homeowner rehabs from the previous program year to 10 all of a sudden. But given the increase in funding that they are receiving, it should be doable. And they did give a pretty detailed timeline outlining which houses are going to be done by what point of the year.
Who's the they?
This, I'm guessing we're talking about Albemarle Housing Improvement Program, the homeowner rehab activity.
Okay. That was my guess, but I didn't want to guess.
All right, if there are no further questions, we can open it up for the public hearing. All right, so Mr. Willer, would you announce that people can comment during the public hearing on this matter?
Yes, and just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar to get in line to speak. The first person is Brandon Collins. Brandon, you're on the City Council. You've got 3 minutes. Brandon, you'll just need to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I had an internet problem there. Good evening, Council. Just a quick reminder about CDBG and home that that is money that can and should be spent on public housing, and particularly as you look at the Ridge Street neighborhood, it's an ideal place for some of that money to be focused on public housing redevelopment and the development of additional affordable homes for people. So I just really hope that that comes into play. And I don't know. I've always felt like the process was a little flawed in that the city doesn't really put out exactly what it is they're looking for. And I think if you can somehow signal that to the rest of the world, you might be able to get the kind of programming and the kind of projects that you think need to be funded, instead of just floating it out there and seeing who applies for what. I also really like this idea of housing first. I think there's typically not enough money devoted towards housing and too much devoted towards economic development. I know it all goes hand in hand, and I know these are compatible items, but I think if there's any skewing of where the dollars go, it should be towards housing. You all know how deep the problem runs, and every little bit helps. So I think that's about all I'm going to say, except to say I'm also thrilled that Section 3 was mentioned, and CDBG certainly does trigger Section 3, and welcome the city's giant warm embrace of Section 3 as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's anyone else who would like to speak to council during the public hearing, just click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll close the public hearing. Just one quick question for Aaron. In terms of if Brandon's comments related to public housing, will they be able to apply for funding, or do we need to write something specific in there for them to be able to apply in the future, or how does that work?
They are allowed to apply for funding. They have to go through the same application process as everyone else. And I believe one public housing entity did apply for CDBG CV funding in this past CV application period. But yes, they are allowed to apply just as long as they meet the application requirements.
And so that's the public service dollars that you were talking about, or?
For anything related to, it depends on what activity they're looking to fund. If it's housing related, then it would either fall under public services or in the housing category.
Okay.
If we're talking about emergency housing activities, then I would suggest that they apply for the upcoming CDBG CV3 that will be advertised later within the coming month. But if you're looking for general program funding, then CDBG.
Okay.
Question about the pool of money for priority neighborhood. That's obviously something the Ridge Street Task Force meets and provides us recommendations about. But are there any sort of restrictions on what priority neighborhood money can be spent on? In other words, could that pool of money, should the Ridge Street Task Force receive applications and vote on it, go to things related to homelessness services or public housing or other things that may be connected to housing in some way?
So the Ridge Street or the priority neighborhood funding typically goes towards funding public infrastructure improvements to better that community. It really depends on the type of activity they're looking to fund. There's an extensive community engagement process and multiple Ridge Street Task Force meetings that end up deciding what project proposal should come forth in front of council. But it really depends on the activity. You can make it work just as long as it fits the consolidated plan requirements.
Mm-hmm. And I guess final question is, I know this is a onerous process, so it may deter some applicants. Just out of curiosity, were there new applicants this year who hadn't applied before, or sort of what does this kind of applicant pool generally look like?
So in the current budget that I have in the agenda packet, those are some of our regular applicants. There were some new ones that came forth with the CDBG CV funding, but they did not end up getting funded just because they realized that CV money isn't really for them, but the regular CDBG and home funds might be. So I'm hoping those new applicants that came forth this past round will also come back for the new round. Typically it's the ones that I have listed in the current budget.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I just want to be clear on what. Yeah, we're basically voting on the resolution for the council priorities. Is there more than one thing we have to break it out with? Because there's also the allocations. Is it all under one motion?
We also have to agree on or reaffirm the designation of the priority neighborhood, as I recall.
Yeah, this one resolution has, I think, everything bulleted out. I just want to make sure that there's one resolution.
Yes.
Okay. I move we adopt a resolution of council priorities for the CDBG and home funds for fiscal year 21-22.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
I'm gonna abstain.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right, 4 in favor and 1 abstention. And thank you for your report. And if I have any questions, I'll still, reach out. And if I need to say anything publicly, then I'll have it added to our agenda on the 29th.
And I'll add in Brandon's comments into the report and resend it back to you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the extension of ordinance for COVID-19 approved July 27, 2020, and it requires a 4/5 vote.
Thank you, Mayor Walker and councilors. As you may recall, approximately 2 months ago, you enacted the COVID-19 ordinance at the local level. This was done obviously as the pandemic has gone on, and I think more in anticipation of as summer wound down, students coming back to UVA as well as other possible gatherings. And the ordinance before you is the same as the one that you adopted back in July. But I do want to go over a couple of points that have come up both tonight and some other questions. And the first being about the marches. And I think it's important to understand that this COVID ordinance in section 5, it talks about the 50 or more gatherings can be subject to this ordinance and its penalties. However, there is an exception for expressive activity on a public street, public sidewalk, spontaneous demonstrations as defined in the regulations for special events and demonstrations on city property or other public property as permitted by a special event permit issued by the city manager. So I do want to make clear that there is an exception in the current ordinance that you all adopted. And again, when I say ordinance, we're talking about the COVID ordinance because as we discussed earlier, there are 3 moving parts, and this is just one of those 3. The second thing I do want to highlight is, as you probably heard, Albemarle County also reenacted its ordinance last week. Again, very similar to us, as very similar to what's proposed to you all tonight, that the city would reenact this for an additional 60 days. And again, just to go over the 3 main aspects of this ordinance are, first, there is the limit on food establishment and their capacity at 50% of their certificate of occupancy. Second, the 50 or more people gathering. And third, there is the face covering requirement. It's found in section 6. Those were the 3 substantive provisions that you enacted back in July. And again, nothing has changed since then. I do want to also point out that the penalty section as agreed upon back in July, and I know Mayor Walker wasn't at that meeting, but before this came before you, she and I had talked and the council agreed with the idea that the penalties in the city's ordinance are class 3 and class 4 misdemeanors. And that if you recall the discussion we had on July 27th, that was to avoid jail time, the possibility of jail time. And so just wanted to point that out again. Happy to answer any questions. And again, this would, if you enact it tonight, it has an expiration date of November 30th. Obviously, You could make it longer if you wish tonight, or you could just say we want to reevaluate it again, like you did with your first ordinance in 60 days. So at the second meeting in November, on November 16th, this would be back before you if you want to keep it at the 60-day review period.
And I guess that was my main question was, why isn't it a thing until we make another decision otherwise type of language? Because then it would save us from having to revisit this. But it's still, whenever we're ready to make the decision otherwise to eliminate it, I'm just trying to understand what might be the reasoning there.
Great question. And I think, the first time that this occurred, I think there was, as with any new ordinance, that was, that's this fire hose of information and executive orders and guidance that everybody's receiving. I think it was sort of the idea, let's enact this for 60 days, see how it goes. And, a 60-day review period would allow you at this time, if you had heard any major concerns to this point about the COVID ordinance, you could make changes. Now, again, it's set for an expiration of November 30th. We could change the expiration date to the end of the declaration of emergency, if you think that's appropriate. Or you could just say about 120 days, and we'll revisit it at the end of January.
Yeah, I think I like the end of the declaration of state of emergency, because because we talked about this before, like if we needed to counsel this before the expiration date, we would just bring it back. So that opens up to where we can just make that one change instead of, and that was the only question that I had too.
I'm fine with that.
Is Albemarle County's matching ordinance set to be revisited in 60 days when they passed it?
Let me check that. I think it is, but let me check that to be sure. You'll give me one moment, and I can answer any other questions while I'm taking a look at that.
But there were some differences between ours too. They had a higher possibility of, what misdemeanor, was it a class 5?
I think a class 1. 1,
yeah. The 1.
Other direction, yeah.
When we were talking, which way, but when we were discussing it, that's one of the things that we brought up, is just making sure that people weren't, sitting threatened with jail time or felt like they were being threatened with jail time as a result of this. And so that's different in our ordinances. So there are some, differences here.
Let me take a look here. The county does have a class 1 misdemeanor. That's one, and their ordinance, it says the ordinance exceeds and supersedes their prior ordinance on and after September 16, 2020, and continues until it is amended, superseded, or repealed. So they had, looks like open-ended language from what's available on their website. So again, we can, happy to change the language in section 9 to read, the ordinance reenactment is effective 12 a.m. September 30th, 2020, and expires upon the rescission of the City of Charlottesville's March 12, 2020 declaration of emergency.
Okay. Everyone in agreement with that? Yes. Okay.
I'm fine with that.
All right. Any other comments?
I mean, we've already discussed it, and I think it's probably, given the pandemic we're in, still the approach to move forward with when we're thinking about compliance of restaurants, bars, parties, community events that may happen. But the thing that definitely gives me the most concern is even at that lower misdemeanor level, that it's introducing some level of criminalization into it, which I know we discussed originally at the time, and is definitely the thing that makes me most uncomfortable. But given the situation we're in, again, thinking about an ability to enforce compliance among bars, restaurants, and the such, I think unfortunately it may be the most prudent thing. Again, as I'm sure everyone has seen, we've passed 200,000 deaths. I think right now locally, it feels like we're in perhaps the most dangerous moment since the beginning, just because we have UVA students returning. We've already seen outbreaks in dorms, and it could take one thing for that to become community spread. We go from few cases to a ton very quickly and unpredictably. And we think about, our students not being in elementary schools, the sacrifices restaurants and the business community made. I think the nothing here is easy trade-offs. But when we think about the fact that we've been able to avoid the kind of major community spread we've seen in the Virginia Beach area, localities in Northern Virginia, and the risk that we have with UVA students returning, I think to do what we can to prevent that kind of community spread and recognizing the devastating impact that would have economically, but much more importantly on people's lives. I think it makes sense to be cautious here. And I think we should acknowledge that we have been able, knock on wood to this point, avoid what kind of widespread community spread that other localities in Virginia have seen, fortunately.
Yeah, and while we've been able to avoid it, we have had local citizens who have, contracted the virus, not thinking that they, were participating in safe activities, and then, shared like on Facebook Lives that they thought their life was over, right? And so I think it's a duty, as you're saying, to make sure that we are, kind of taking the heat from how people perceive these ordinances, with knowing that our primary focus is to, keep the community safe. And so I do, it's really challenging. And part of the conversation I had Friday was about, we're talking about dorms. I've had, friends, family members work in those dorms. My cousin's daughter's grandmother is one of the, maintenance staff, janitorial staff. I don't know what they title. They are at the dorms now and, at UVA now. And so that was one of my, my concerns is, how are they doing? Like, they're in these buildings, unless they're not. And they're coming in contact with students. And then we have our local stores. I mean, the grocery stores are packed with students, when you go to them. So this isn't just the community is separated. And the staff that's the picture with the dining hall, like all of those, to have former staff members say, I'm glad I'm not, I wasn't there. It is, there are a lot of things that we're doing now that's very concerning in terms of whether we think our numbers are low or not. They're not low. And we're going into probably the hardest time period of this pandemic with high numbers, and we still haven't been able to get everyone on the same page about how to survive this pandemic. And so that's what's scary about this season that we're in right now.
Well, and again, the final thing I'll say is, again, I think this is definitely a dangerous moment in terms of the potential for community spread, because everyone knows cases spread exponentially, and something that seems small one day, 3 weeks later, is not so small. Especially as was mentioned, as we enter the fall and the winter, and you have the normal flu season, people are returning indoors more, coinciding with more widespread opening of restaurants and bars. And I think anything to help ensure that we are preventing community spread and all that entails, I think is our responsibility as a locality.
And that's something I think that we may want to consider too. I know that, again, the business community, but the same hard conversations that we're having about the ability to, protest and what and the restrictions that people feel like we placed on them. There was an article last week about restaurants and dining in restaurants and the spread of COVID as a result of that. And so if that's another letter we send, to Richmond to say, hey, this is what, we think about this. I know I previously had conversations with administration at UVA about bars and, how late they were serving and whether that is something we could petition together to request, for an earlier cutoff time. So those are things that, in the near future that we will have to probably, even if the governor is not making that decision, that at least we can send our, share our thoughts.
Mayor Walker, if I may, I just received an email from the county attorney, Greg Campner, and he stated that at their meeting, the materials that I quoted were on the county's website in their agenda packet, but he stated that at their meeting, he asked and their board of supervisors agreed that they actually will have an end date of November 18th, 2020 for their ordinance. And just want to clear that out. That doesn't mean that you all will change yours, but I just want to clear that up. As I'd stated earlier, I was reading from the materials posted on their website, but he sent me an email just now that stated he's watching the meeting and wanted to let me know that at the board's meeting at his request, the Board of Supervisors did set an end date of November 18th of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any further comments? No? Is there a motion?
I move we adopt an ordinance to prevent the spread of the novel coronavirus and the disease it causes, commonly referred to as COVID-19. And this is an extension or a reenactment of an ordinance that exists, and the only edit to what's presented is Section 9 under duration. The ordinance reenactment is effective at 12 a.m. September 30th, 2020, and expires upon the rescission of the March 12th, 2020 declaration of emergency.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Thomas? What?
Mr. Payne? Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, what do we have next? So next we have the public comment period for the strategic plan update. Couldn't get that out. My brain. And Mr. Wheeler, are there any members of the public? If you could check in just a second, and I will update just because we did move the start date of the strategic plan back 2 weeks. And then just based on attempting to change the date and scheduling conflicts with the, facilitator, we'll have a 2-week break between the first meeting. So and before the second and third meeting at this time. And if we didn't do it that way, we would not have probably ever been able to schedule this meeting this fall. We also want to acknowledge that we understand that since we're going through, a leadership change, that we may have to certain that we'll have to reconvene after the new city manager is hired and have this discussion as a team. And so we want to make the public aware that we acknowledge that and we'll know closer to the date whether this is something that we can wrap up or not, or wrap up as much as possible. So right now, the dates moving forward will be September 29th, 11 to 5, and October 20th, 11 to 5, and October 27th, 11 to 5. And there'll be additional comment periods at our meetings in between those dates, and with and during the strategic plan at the beginning and end of those meetings. We won't have, a lot of slots, but we'll make sure that during those times that we offer, the opportunity for the public to share.
So if you'd like to speak to council about the strategic plan during this public comment period, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. We've got one hand raised right now, two hands. First up is Joy Johnson. Joy, you're back on with council. Go ahead.
Yeah, on mute. Yeah.
You're good.
Good evening. I think you all have received some comments from FAR, and I just want to reiterate what we sent to you earlier. FAR and the community have worked hard to make sure the city make resident-led public housing redevelopment, affordable housing for extremely low families a priority. Please keep these as the #1 priority. Next. Racial equity is intertwined with public housing redevelopment and addressing the affordable housing crisis, and require better strategic for public engagement. Next. The planning work being done by residents with housing authority should be a model for all planning effort by the city, and is a step towards community self-determination. The next is the city should continue to provide significant financial and technical resources for CRHA to carry out redevelopment and contribute to construction of additional new affordable housing for extremely low income family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Brandon Collins, followed by Don Gathers. Brandon, you're back on with City Council. Go ahead.
Good evening again, Council. I too am speaking on behalf of FAR, Public Housing Association of Residents. We are the duly recognized, federally recognized resident council and resident advisory board for public housing residents in Charlottesville. Hope you got our comments from our board of directors. I think you can see where we were trying to go with that. Public housing redevelopment, affordable housing, and that involved in all of that is racial equity. And what we didn't spell out in the letter, I think is something that sometimes needs to be restated, but Charlottesville does owe the people, going all the way back to even before Jefferson, with the removal of Native peoples, the institution of slavery, the establishment of the plantation system by a brand new president after a revolution in the United States, a new economy based on human slavery, and Civil War, Reconstruction and Jim Crow, and the deliberate taking of Black land and Black life through urban renewal at Vinegar Hill, at Hartman's Mill, at Garrett, into the drug war and mass incarceration. All of those things that happened in Charlottesville are are a piece of the public housing history in Charlottesville, and we've sought to change that history. And we see public housing redevelopment as a way to change that history. And we think by your significant attention to investment in and support of resident direction in these efforts, you can redevelop your public housing. You can provide additional affordable housing to address the affordable housing crisis, but also change the way you do business in this town and give residents a seat of power and a way to determine their own futures. And I think the entire community is going to benefit from that. So we really hope you look at those priorities. And we've all done a lot of work making those priorities for you in the past few years. Please don't let that slip from your strategic planning and your strategic thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on with the City Council. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening again. I too wanted to reiterate the wonderful words from Sister Joy and from Brother Brandon, and I speak also on behalf of FAR. And just in as much as it is indeed our prayer that whoever is brought in to replace Mr. Richardson indeed is made aware and has the forward thinking to continue the work that is being done, excuse me, towards redevelopment of public housing, and that they're of the mindset that this is of the utmost importance, along with and coupled with the need for affordable housing in our community. So I just hope that during the vetting process and throughout the interview process that is kept in the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised except Joy Johnson, who's raised her hand again.
Yeah, I think it's just one, right, Mr. Blair? Just one. Or.
And she just lowered her hand, but.
Oh, she just lowered.
Oh, now it's back up again.
This isn't different from the other processes, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, Joy, at the end of the meeting, you'll be able to share your thoughts if you're still up hanging out with us at the meeting.
There are no other hands raised, Mayor Walker.
Okay, thank you. So we will, wasn't a public hearing, so, okay. Well, we'll have this opportunity for the public to participate and chime in at future council meetings and also at, during the retreat. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the disproportionate minority contact report recommendation follow-up.
Good evening, everybody. This is Kaki Dimick, Director of Human Services. And I'm before you at your request to do some follow-up after the presentation of the report results and recommendations from MGT Consultants on the study of disproportionate minority contact in the adult criminal justice system using data from both Charlottesville and Albemarle. The process for doing this study began in 2015 when the City Council received a comprehensive report on disproportionality and disparity in the juvenile justice system, and work began to try to secure funds to do a study of the adult system. You all received that report and a presentation from from the consultants in February of this year. The findings, broadly speaking, demonstrated that there was disproportionality at all points in the adult criminal justice system and disparity at 5 specific points in the adult criminal justice system, including seriousness of charges brought, number of companion charges brought, bail bond release decisions, length of stay awaiting trial and guilty outcomes at trial. Notable that there were a number of points along the adult criminal justice system in which data wasn't available, and so the lack of results related to those things obviously shouldn't have any of us draw any conclusions. We received recommendations from the People's Coalition of this on September of this year, and Mayor Walker, as she mentioned earlier, and I met with representatives of the People's Coalition to discuss their recommendations on September 9th. When looking at sort of providing some background and guidance for City Council about how to move forward, it's important to note that there are a number of places, well, the vast majority of places along the adult criminal justice system in which council does not have technical authority over those operating systems. And so it's just important contextual sort of piece to note as you're moving forward, how much of this work will be advocacy work from council using sort of community groups or staff. There are also 3 categories of activity for you all to consider where you want to focus your energies, whether and how many resources will be required to focus on solutions identified to respond to, repair, and prevent existing inequities in the adult criminal justice system, and or whether and how many resources will be required to continue to focus on the examination of disproportionality and disparity. So how much data do we want to collect and analyze? And then how to engage the community in these processes. I think that they, knowing sort of what your priorities are would certainly impact the sort of next steps for you all. I think it's important to note that MGT, that 7 of them were designed to mitigate the system's impact on African Americans. And so they were not focused on preventing entry into the criminal justice system. The conversation both locally and nationally has certainly been around that kind of prevention activity with focus on emergency response systems from 911 using community members. That is not part of the recommendation that MGT was asked to make or volunteered. We looked at the recommendations that the pre-existing research and planning committee had identified, some wish lists about what to do next, overlaid those with the consultants' recommendations and the recommendations from the People's Coalition. There's certainly no place in which there's any opposition among those 3 groups. In fact, there's a great deal of alignment about what this community wishes we would do next. And so the recommendation from staff is as a starting point for a conversation that staff recommends that as a process consideration, council identify ways to intentionally engage the Charlottesville community in the direction, evaluation, and monitoring of action steps regarding disproportionality and disparity, ensuring that community participation is central and primary by authorizing community members with the power to meaningfully influence the process, and appointing a sufficient number of community members to exercise that influence. Formally convene a task force to follow up on council's interest and report out to council on a regular basis, and invest in and encourage all adult criminal justice components to identify quality of data collection activities, to improve quality of data collection activities, and ensure ready access to local data to evaluate progress. Earlier in the meeting, Mayor Walker announced her desire to create such a task force and identified some potential members that certainly would meet some of those process considerations. And then I think it's important to make a comment or two about the data collection needs. Each one of the components of the adult criminal justice system collects data differently. And some of them actually don't even keep that data locally. It gets reported into a sort of a state system, and we don't actually have ready access to it. They're not easily comparable across each one of those sort of data collection buckets. And these are areas where we don't actually have authority to dictate how data gets collected or evaluated. And so I think it's important to note, while we may have great desire for an improved comprehensive data collection system, it is highly unlikely. It would be a massive lift, certainly not a lift that the City of Charlottesville could make on its own, and would cost a tremendous amount. I think it would also require lots of cross-jurisdictional information sharing and political agreements, so there's multiple places where it seems like the chasm between what we wish existed and what we're able to influence is sort of bigger and bigger in each one of those places. And so given the fact that we are unlikely, at least in the city of Charlottesville, to create a new data collection system for the adult criminal justice system, where can we have the biggest bang for our buck? What information would really change the way we understand the way the adult criminal justice system works, or help us understand how we might take steps to either prevent or mitigate disproportionality and disparity? So those are the sort of broad questions I would ask you to consider. We do think it's pretty critical that we go ahead and make a formal request to the Virginia Department of Corrections to access probation data to understand the impact of probation discretion and decision-making on disproportionality and disparity. Invest in the evaluation and analysis of that data. That is likely, I'm really grateful to have Neil Goodlow, a local criminal justice planner, on the call on the council meeting this evening. He knows a lot more about how to manage this kind of data and what we can do with it internally versus what we would need outside consultants or outside support for. And so some of that is practical, like do we have the actual skills to manage that data or don't we? And some of it is also a little bit around sort of politics and perception, that if we did the analysis internally, would we have the credibility to hold up the data and the analysis and have it be accepted by the community? And I think that's a very fair question when we're going into it. There was a lot of data available to both Mr. Goodlow and others in the system prior to consulting with MGT consultants, but we felt it was very important in order for the study to have any kind of validity to hire outside consultants. So that may be part of your decision-making as well. Make a formal request to Virginia Supreme Court to access magistrate decision-making. This is going to be particularly tricky because the magistrate's data is designed to not actually be accessible by almost anybody. And so it may take some additional sort of political influence as well to get that data. Evaluate available data from the Charlottesville Police Department to understand the presence and extent of disproportionality and existence of disparity in arrests. Arrest data should be separated by calls for service versus officer-initiated actions to discover any differences in outcome. And arrest for alleged criminal activity should be distinct from arrest for probation or show cause matters. Invest in evaluation of the impact of the quality and type of legal representation on disproportionality and disparity in the adult criminal justice system, and then conduct a file review to understand the impact of judicial decision-making on bail and sentencing on disproportionality and disparity. It's pretty critical, I think, that if we're looking at the experience of people in the system as a whole, that we understand the impact of representation on people's experience and outcomes in the criminal justice system. That would be an entirely new kind of study. We would likely need external support in order to make that happen. We estimate that cost at somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000. These are estimates and drafts. Draft amounts based on some pretty smart people who have sort of had a look at this, but we would need to go out to people who do this kind of work and ask and look at the quality of the data that we have and what we already have, what already exists and what we would need to go get in order to understand the true costs. One of the things that we continue to hear the end of the last presentation in February, I talked about the fact that this study is missing information from the front end and at the back end of the adult criminal justice system. The front end being really a fine analysis of arrest data and police contact data. And then at the end, this impact around probation. I don't know that we could decide which is more important. It feels to me like we might want to proceed with both. Probation violations drive the jail population like no single other activity. And so if we're interested in impacting the jail population, that's an important area for us to understand. We continue to also hear from the community that it's really critical to understand arrest data in a way that we haven't been able to understand to date. So Neil is with us and his camera is on. If you wish to ask him specifically any questions, I may also toss him the ball on a couple of occasions if I can't get there myself. Are there any questions?
So are there, what I think probably works best, and first, before I say that, Neil, is there anything that you would just want to share and want us to consider while we are kind of talking through this?
I think Becky just did a great job of summing up about 3 years worth of work. I will say that MGT's findings are very consistent with the internal analyses that I've done of DMC and of Charlottesville and Albemarle County. So I was not surprised with the findings.
Has Albemarle County been engaged in this process in any way? I imagine there's many connections between Charlottesville and Albemarle on these issues.
The county was a partner in the MGT study, and they have been fully aware of the results, both as a community and their specific disproportionality data.
Yeah, but there's more work to be done there. Even the contribution came from the grant and city funding.
That's right.
And so I think during our joint session with them, this is one of the topics that we need to have on our agenda to talk about where the alignment, if any, we have here. And what does that, investment look like from the county also? So it's a discussion that I think we're going to have.
The only thing I would add, Mayor, is that much of the work that I've been doing reinforces the notion that there is a blurring of, at least in a criminal justice sense, between the city and the county. It's an invidious line between an offense that takes place 30 feet within the county or 25 feet within the city. There's a lot of crossing over of jurisdictional lines. And that shows up very clearly in court data and in jail data.
Yeah. Even when you talk about, just individuals traveling to visit, what used to be a home where they may be county residents at this moment, but their family lives, in the city. And if something happens while they are in the city, which they may technically say, everyone pretty much says, I live in Charlottesville, even if they're saying the county. So it's just, this keeps coming up, and, it's just, we know that it's a conversation that we'll have to figure out together.
So many of the sort of next steps are based on sort of political will and advocacy, and we are certainly going to be much more powerful together with Albemarle to ask for joint data or to ask for changes. So I think we're just more, it not only reflects the experience that people have in our community, but it will also be more powerful in our ask if we do so jointly.
Yeah.
It's also just more powerful data when you do encompass both jurisdictions. I think us on our own in a silo is not really addressing the deep concerns. I mean, it's just, it can only do so much. And I think that without that partnership and that collaboration and just having it looked at as if it's just one jurisdiction in many ways. I mean, I realize there's separate parts, but so many parts of the system are overlapping. I think we'd be doing a disservice to whatever investment we make if we don't have their buy-in and partnership.
But I also hope that we don't do again is that we figure, the financials out, because it's important to make that contribution to not only say that you will participate in meetings or share, but that you'll share the expense and then continue to come to the table for future discussions about what the solutions look like or the solutions are. And we have to be very mindful that if for whatever reason that we're not on the same page, that we don't kind of scale back the solutions that we put in place if the county isn't ready either. So that's something that I hope that we, that we are mindful about. I saw Chief Brackney pop in. Chief Brackney, did you have something that you wanted to share?
So yes, I would actually just echo what your ideas around politics and how they're going to be really important. But I think before we even start all of the process and where we might be getting the money, Kaki has made an extremely important point in that the type of data that we collect in Charlottesville is probably much more robust and available than the data they collect in Albemarle. So if we don't start this process with an agreed upon and shared understanding of the exact type of data that we're going to have access to, and that it can be looked at through the same lens, we're going to have the same problem that we had with the first study, in which there were entire segments of data that could not be considered from Charlottesville because our counterparts do not collect the data, or they don't collect it in the same way that we collect our data. One of the saving graces that we do have, if there isn't necessarily the type of funding, and hopefully I can be brought in sooner than even in today's conversation, for one of the first times in a while, is seeing what we're already doing with the Center for Policing Equity and what data they're collecting from us from John Jay University, so that we aren't being redundant and having to try and scrape this all up together again, that we may marry our consulting firms with the agreements and understandings that we have with them. So I think we have some abilities to do some great things here, and really dig deep into our data to see exactly those pinch points or pressure points for disproportionality or even disparity. But not being part of the original, setting the original parameters, I think, as Nkaki has said, if we're not intentional about how we collect and where our advocacy and our political will lies, we're going to find ourselves back having another 2 or 3 year conversation about these kinds of studies and what they mean to the community. And I don't know if the community can afford to wait any longer to start seeing some changes versus continuing to see reports.
But also some of those conversations may have to be, what can we do even if the county doesn't agree to do? And so I hope that we don't, get kind of stifled in that while we all agree that this should be a collaborative process, if that is not the case, then I would like for us to discuss what is possible within, the information, our boundaries, and versus saying that until we get them on board. And I think we will work very hard to get everybody to the table. But if we're at a different place, then we'll just have to acknowledge that and figure out how we can move on. And I know that's not what any of us wants to necessarily hear. And maybe we are making these statements and that won't even be the case once we communicate, with them. But
and not only data from the county, but from magistrates, both Commonwealth's attorneys' offices, the state, the jail system, because even those everyone already knows this, but even though there's institutions totally out of our control, it's all connected.
Yeah, and it's important. And we had this discussion, I believe, when we had the meeting with the People's Coalition. There was a question about judges. Didn't that come up, Kaki? I just want to make sure that I'm referencing the right meeting. And, part of what we'll have to consider, and I talked to Lloyd earlier today too, when we were discussing this, is if we look at, how judges are making decisions in the courtroom, And I agree it's important. And I have, in the discussion earlier today, had conversations about, the community knowing, based on which judge they went before, what their outcome probably would be already, and having those discussions for years. But if those are the hard discussions that we'll have to have, is that the best, use of money? Because even once we get that information, what can we do with it? So I think that's part of the process. It's not like if we study certain things, and I'm not saying not to study this, I'm just sharing with you because it came up in the conversation, then what, if we can't enforce anything or make any decisions as a result of that, is that our starting point? Or do we figure out a way to try to work and get, legislative action to try to make some of those changes versus making those initial, investment, to know that once we make the investment that we are able to make the change.
And it may benefit us. I know Kaki and I have had some offline conversations when the report first came out, is, your starting point is where you should start, right? The first introduction into the criminal justice system is when there's that first encounter with a police officer, right? That's normally 90% of the time is where you're going to find that first introduction. So studying right from the beginning where that might start, where this disproportionality may start occurring is at its first pinch point, really does benefit you, and you don't necessarily need additional partners in your jurisdiction to say, all right, let's look at the very first contact and start really breaking that first contact down, and seeing where there may be disproportionality or disparity there. And then you almost do it like a decision tree. Once we know this, if this, then that. And then go to the next point where we might have the opportunity to disrupt trajectories, right? Or the statistical data that's been put in front of us. So I think we have the ability and the capacity, regardless of the conversations, to at least move forward. Like Kaki, and I don't know who else recommended it, that we start at that very first point, pulling out the data from that first contact, and where it may be officer initiated, where they don't have where they do have discretion, but are choosing to exercise that discretion, to see how that might then follow it through a system for the Charlottesville Police Department. And I think we've done some of that work with the investigative detentions that we post every month, which is due tomorrow. So I'm sure some person will be tweeting that I have not put it out by tomorrow, the 15th business day. But if we start there and start really digging deep, I think you can create a product with outside expertise that then, as Kaki said, lends to the transparency and credibility and legitimacy that the community is asking.
And some of the conversations that we have in the community is centered around that already being done, and that's not the case, right? And so that's an important part. I don't know how that decision was made, wasn't at the table there, but I think it's good just for people to hear that willingness is already something that we know has to be done, and that we are not trying, to avoid. And that may fuel some of our initial, not may fuel, but that will fuel some of the initial conversations of how we move forward. And I think the request that we hopefully, being optimistic, if we can get back in front of council for the initial, maybe request for, budget request by the second meeting in November, that may hopefully give us at least time to meet, 2 or 3 times to come up with what that initial proposal looks like. And the fact that that's something that's within our control to move forward on, I think that will be helpful. And again, I wasn't able to contact everyone. Neil, I even said your name. So, today thinking about, just what the smaller groups look like and looks like, and understanding that we'll have to branch out at times, and that we can talk about what that needs to look like, and whether it's additional members, or whether we're just inviting people for the initial, for these discussions to get that information and start a process of, even whether it's just, sending a request to, written request to the magistrate office, and asking council to, the task force submitting it after asking council to send it, if those are the type of things that we're doing for like the state level probation data, and the, concerns about probation, parole, judges, those type of concerns, just to be able to talk through some of the challenges there and figure out whether we want that to be an initial, focal point.
That timing for the second meeting in November is good as well, since the joint meeting with UVA and Albemarle is on October 28th, I think. So we may know something about what their level of political or financial commitment will be by then as well.
Yeah.
And I think not just lining up specific investments that could be made, whether it be staff positions, policy changes, et cetera, that come with a specific dollar amount in time for the next budget cycle, but as well to time with our legislative packet in terms of the potential next General Assembly session, if there's things we see, even a barrier in data collection or some policy, whether we might have that opportunity to get some changes there. A lot of these recommendations involve the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. Obviously, even our discussion earlier tonight around the drug courts, it sounds like that ultimate decision point, at least in part, is the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. Is there a line of communication where either in Charlottesville or both in Charlottesville and Albemarle, those Commonwealth's Attorney's offices are part of this process, or is the hope to incorporate them more closely once a task force or something is developed?
Well, certainly the line of communication with Mr. Platania has been open, and communication flowing both directions very readily. He was a part of both the research team and the task force or advisory group, and was very amenable to this process, and feels that the work is really critical for us to improve the system of care and also figure out ways to avoid people entering it. So I think he was also representing the Commonwealth's office with data that didn't represent the time in which he was there. And so I think that there's just some tension between those things. It's a healthy tension, not a bad one. And I know Mr. Hindley has been engaged in some early conversations as well, but he hasn't been in the position as long as Mr. Platania has to be involved in the research. And most of the work had already been done by the time that Mr. Hindley came in. And so should we move forward with a collaborative sort of process, I think it's really critical for them both to be involved. Certainly, as Mr. Hindley was running, he ran on a number of these system improvement issues. And so I don't think it'll be a surprise to have him be fully embracing improvements and desire to understand how the system impacts African Americans disproportionately.
Any other?
I will point out that we have two challenges. One of them is easier than the other, at least from a data standpoint, and I'm here to talk data. There is the hard data, which there is plenty of. The challenge is assembling it in one place and being able to make some sense of it that will guide the decision-making of council and perhaps support of supervisors. The second area of data, which is a lot more difficult to wrap our heads around or get our hands on, are data that is related to discretionary decision-making at many, many different points of contact in the criminal justice system. much of that discretionary decision making is made without being recorded. And we don't even have a way to capture it, much less analyze it. So until we can actually find ways to get at some of those discretionary choices that are made, often on the fly, either in a courtroom or on the street or in a probation office or wherever they're made, we can, I think, only get so far in understanding the why. We can get at the who, what, where, and when with hard data, but the why is a lot more difficult to get our hands on and be able to honestly analyze.
And I think at least with the police department and some of the requests that have come in, even about the officers' narratives on particular arrest and things like that, that may be an option there, where it may not be in a courtroom with, deciding how a judge, is making their decisions, or the magistrate level, who is given a bond and how much, and why they made that decision. I think it will, and those are some of the conversations, that we'll have. And if it doesn't exist, we'll understand that. And even if it exists because we're requesting it, that'll probably change the outcome, because people will know that we are now looking at it. And so that'll be part of the decisions that we'll have to, make moving forward. Is it an attempt to capture some of that information, or know that, if you went into the neighborhoods and asked, Black members of the community what the issues, what they think the issues are, they're going to tell you what their experience is. And so when this information came out with this report too, people said, oh, we already knew that. So even the need to prove that this is happening is not coming from the individuals who are affected by the system. So part of the mindset change, I think, is just going to have to be where we can find out. And some of the stuff is very valid. Like if there are players who need to be removed from a system and we have control of that, how do we do that? But a lot of this will have to be a moving forward. What are we attempting to put in place too? And so we will have to have those conversations and make those, difficult decisions also about what are we putting in place to help heal a system we know is broken, and no one who has been affected by the system needed MGT to do a report, and they don't need for us to do another, study either. And so I'm very interested in solutions.
But when I make reference to hard data, we're going to need it as time goes by to see if we're moving the needle.
Oh yeah, and I understand that. But I think there's also a way to, capture that, too, but it may not be the way that people like, to see that information presented. And when we talk about narratives, you hear the storyline changing in communities, that people, even if, first of all, they're not arrested or charged or, convicted of crimes they didn't commit. So that's one, you'll stop hearing things like that, where people never even make it to court. They're pleading out because they feel like, I'm going to get less time doing this, even though this is something that I want to fight. One of the recommendations, and I talked to Public Defender's Office earlier in the budget season and had started that conversation with Diantha, a Board of Supervisor member, about if we could, because it's one of those areas that we need to support at the same time, increase the funding to the Public Defender's Office. And so if we are talking about access to the justice system and justice truly for all. The disparities between the amount of support that we provide to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, and even the Public Defender's Office, they receive state dollars. Our supplement for both the city and county needs to be considerably more. If we are saying that we want people who have to go before, the judges and prosecutors to have a fair trial. So those are things that are within our control that we can change. And then figuring out what we're comparing as a result of that, we know those are conversations that we would have to have, with like the Public Defender's Office to say, what data can you provide us now and what can you provide us, and what can we look at in the future to see if this is helping. But I think just people talking about, hey, my attorney knew my name because I've been in court and the attorney did not know the client that they were representing. And it wasn't for a small matter. And this happened, the incident that I'm thinking of now, but it was, a murder case. And it was a difference between the person who actually committed the murder versus someone who was in the area. And the person, because of how things were presented, ended up with more time. So I know that from a community level, they just want those type of things to not occur. And while that may not be traditionally what we're looking for in terms of data collection, like that's for someone who's affected by the system, that's a good starting point for them. But I understand what you're saying, and we understand that we're going to have to, figure out what we're comparing to know that we're moving in the right direction. Mm-hmm. So I know that'll be a large part of the, conversation.
I guess for us as a council, next steps is maybe through the task force as it comes together, maybe just for us as a council trying to identify these recommendations that we have direct control over and figure out the budgetary impacts, if there are any, try to line them up for action if possible in this upcoming budget cycle, maybe figure out recommendations for changes from the state legislature in time for the state legislative packet, and these recommendations that involve institutions that we don't have direct control over, that think about a longer term strategy of advocacy to try to change some of what's happening in the Commonwealth Attorney Office, or obviously the state, et cetera. Just trying to think through for us, as a council, next steps from seeing the report to actions we take.
I think that's what they'll be. I hope, and I would recommend that we not tie this to budget season, that we're going to have to figure out where the resources are to pay for some of the stuff, up front, and even if, Chief Brackney sent email, which I don't have in front of me and I'm tired. So, but what you sent, you can share, but she sent an email with a change, kind of system change when talking about, possibilities of reducing her budget to fund. And so I don't remember if there was an amount tied to that email, and I don't remember the program right now, but I know that you sent that early when you were trying to figure out solutions to the community calls for defund about I am correct, right?
Yeah, there are going to be, even if there's even slight legislative changes, there's always going to be a financial impact. Mm-hmm. An example of that is the state passed a statute that we now have to collect ethnicity as part of our traffic stops, right? And that it has to be done digitally. That went into effect July 1st. Charlottesville, we've been collecting ethnicity since I've arrived here. Prior to that, we only collected race. With that came costs. Like there's software changes to make a very small change that can run you into the hundreds of thousands of dollars to start trying to collect even something as simple as a additional change in ethnicity and what those software packages would look like. It was so cumbersome that the state police had asked for an extension not to collect that until later, and that extension was denied. So quickly we had to look at our e-ticket software. Albemarle had to do the exact same thing, and there were costs associated with those things that can cost you quickly $150,000, $200,000 that you hadn't planned for. So as Khaki has put some numbers in here about what certain things may cost, those are probably just the labor costs and not necessarily the software cost that may have to come behind those in order to be able to mine the data in the way that you're looking for. We just, for instance, released our annual security report. Our numbers are significantly higher than what's on the state police website. It's because the software does not talk to each other. Reporting does not make it fully through. So to even make those kinds of changes, we've had discussions that may be a $1.5, $2 million change to software packages in order to collect and mine data the way that you would want to in a more modern system. So there are a lot of back implications to what we're asking. Not that we can't do certain things, but understand that it's not always going to be as simple as saying, hey, let's just make this change, or let's advocate for a legislative package, and it is not going to have a budget implication. It will probably have a very significant budget implication.
If you're completely right, the numbers that we have as holding spots in there are labor for analysis only. They're not about creating new data collection systems for any individual component or for the system as a whole. It would be, you guys wouldn't be able to breathe if we put those numbers in there because it's just so big. And so it is worth some conversation. It's particularly like stings to have the conversation in the middle of a pandemic in which people are struggling with basic needs about what it would mean to collect this data in a meaningful way to be able to track changes, whether they're changes around sort of individual acts of mitigation in each one of these components or changes at the front end of the system, to see whether we're having any impact on people's experience. And certainly people's qualitative experience and narratives will influence how we understand that. But if we want to collect this data and have it be like a running point over time, at some point the data collection conversation has to happen. It's probably not right now or next year, but it is important for us to sort of have that awareness in the back of our mind that we're always going to be doing a little bit of a piecemeal job, without that kind of comprehensive data system. It's the kind of thing that Neil dreams about, is that comprehensive data system, and it's expensive.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. Is this something? Go ahead, Neil.
It's not going to happen for the rest of my career. It could be 10 years, 20 years off. The problem being, we have local systems, we have regional systems, we have state level systems. They all have different data governance rules. They're all on different platforms. Some of them are modern, some of them are creaky and antiquated. And we'd have to find a way to create interfaces between all of them into a central depository. And as Chief Brackney was saying, the costs of those one-way interfaces, there are costs assumed on both sides of that interface. So you have to get together with all these software companies to each have them build their end of that software push. And it is phenomenally expensive. It often leads to just abject failure when people try to do it.
So with all the tech companies that we have in town, I mean, we are often talking about public-private partnerships and other avenues, but that's something that we've ever explored in terms of someone creating the system that we don't have for us and collaborating with all the different systems to request what we have the right to request publicly?
It's not a bad idea.
Madam Mayor, that's kind of actually how we found ourselves here, is everybody started creating their own systems.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's where we find ourselves. We find ourselves with this very unique system that no one else can access our data and we can't access theirs, right? So that's become part of it. And then understanding that all of our data is regional, that we do it with UVA, we do it with Albemarle and ourselves. And there's a component from the jail as well, which they all dump into these systems. But they're all functioning very differently. And, you know, as Neil, when he was mining the data, will tell you, even though we're all dumping into these same systems, the way it was being inputted in caused lots of problems with even trying to get this data for the DMC. So I think there's some things that we could gather. You're exactly right with our private partnerships. If we're saying, hey, this is what we're looking for, to the exclusion of our other partners. I think that can get you something very differently. But as you just said at the very beginning, we are so fluid between Charlottesville and Albemarle and what is impacting each other around the way that we engage in the criminal justice system. We may miss some really important stuff. But I think there can be usefulness in a private partnership. Again, if we clearly define exactly what we're trying to data mine, and we have to be very specific about that versus, you know, those higher, loftier things that we might want to get in a qualitative analysis. We need to start laying at least some benchmarking so that we then can determine exactly where Neil said, where there's been some statistical changes or impact to the way people are introduced or even engage in the criminal justice process.
And I think this is something that we can explore within the working group task force, right? Because at every point that you, like if we're talking about if the jail has a different system, the police department has a different system, the court system, the Commonwealth attorney, we give money to each of those entities. So if we are now saying that we are creating X and we would like for you to participate in it because of the funding, unless we are told, you know, that that's something that legally we can't do, then we should be able to, you know, we're not going to change the system if we're waiting for it to be changed on another end. So if we can start that alignment and maybe make that investment in trying to build something that doesn't exist with having all the partners at the table, then maybe then the county looks at that and say, hey, this is something that we want to participate in and create too. And then maybe UVA, you know, says for their part that, I mean, I don't know, but I think it's worth figuring, you know, out and exploring what the, like, if that's a possibility. And if so, what does that even starting that conversation looks like?
And Mr. Blair may be able, this may be helpful and to council. Our agreement with the current records management system expires in March of 2021. That means we're going to have to enter into some agreement for somebody to be able to collect data in all of our records management systems, right? The 3 entities that are involved. And we sit on those boards. We have 3 representatives from each of those about how that money is spent and what systems we can use. And I've been a huge proponent of leveraging that we have the ability to collect the type of data that someone like us who are heavy consumers of that information and heavy consumers of that data, that we push very hard to do that because our contributions are typically from the city of Charlottesville for these systems close to $500,000, $600,000 will be our contribution on top of whatever the other ones are going to be. And it's based on usage, population, and things of that nature. So I think you do have absolutely some agency and cachet to be able to move your agenda forward. But it is going to have to take a political will to say we are or will not contribute to a system unless it does meet our needs as well.
And I would just add to Chief Brackney's point, Mayor Walker, when you put this task force together, considering the discussion that's gone on in the past few minutes, You may not typically think of procurement, but it may be, based on Mr. Goodloe and Chief Brackney's comments, it may not be a bad idea to have some aspect of this focused on your procurement process, so that looking at cooperative procurement with the county and into other entities to see how can we, if part of the issue is software or hardware, how can we going forward use the procurement process to try to have congruency between systems. Again, not a huge addition to this conversation, but still it's something that based on what Mr. Goodloe said earlier, it may not be a bad idea to have procurement folks from the county and city work together and just see if they have any recommendations on how to decrease the disparate or different systems that seem to be in both jurisdictions. And then you talk about the Commonwealth's attorney, and as Chief Brackney said, also the regional E911. I mean, there are a lot of moving parts here, and those parts, maybe procurement folks can find a way to try to make these systems talk and really be the same, if it's possible, between jurisdictions.
They should be also involved just to make sure that we're not doing something that then hinders and makes the situation worse through a procurement process by putting in roadblocks to purchasing.
And that's, not something that I had thought of, because I just thought of if we can create this system. But in this case, we know that we're going to have to invite people to present and to walk through us, some of the ideas from the task force. So, we can add that, to the list when we are creating the agenda. So what I would recommend, because we could probably talk about this all night long, is that I'll be working on, tomorrow, some, following up with everybody, trying to, schedule with, I haven't even, met with Kaki and Chief Brackney. And so we'll have to, do that. And so council would, if it's okay with you, that the October 5th council meeting, that we discuss the, makeup of this group. And if we've had a meeting, any updates there, with the understanding that I guess the second meeting in November, that we will come back with our initial, proposal, or if we haven't developed a proposal there, then at least an update about next steps and when, we think we'll be back, because this was, put off and we've heard a lot of feedback from the community. I would like for us to consider just adding for an update every other month to the council agenda, so that we can just keep it on the table.
Definitely.
And is this considered like a working group? What's the formal nature? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, it's just similar to what Lloyd talked about with the group that he's been talking about with Myra. For now, we just want to get started. And then we have the ability to convene a group. And we talked earlier about whether you wanted to, participate as the other council member. But, if that's not, the case, or I'm hearing a lot of, feedback, from Michael that may work too. And then we will not be able to do this without bringing in a lot of other community members and people from organizations, just like I asked Ross to be on tonight. So just fully acknowledging that, but I don't know all the details because this is just a starting point.
So in terms of preparation for October 5th, the sort of council memo needs to just hold a spot for discussion. It doesn't have to include a formalization or approval of the task force itself. I'm just asking for my homework piece about how to prepare for that.
No, I think because what I'm saying is that membership on this task force, because everyone has not agreed.
Okay.
You know, like if I talk to Neil tomorrow and Neil's like, I'm way too busy.
No, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm just using it as an example, then I would just have an update, you know, for council at that point. But I think
that update would be from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. That's really helpful.
And I'm happy to participate. I just want to make sure that council is aligned with that. So.
Counselors, are there any concerns there? Comments?
It seems reasonable to me. Obviously, it's a fast timeline, especially at the October meeting. I don't think this is where we are, but I don't want to have an expectation that staff have something like really fleshed out and developed for us on that short of a timeline. But
no, the only thing I'm planning on doing on October 5th is saying, here are the initial members that are working to pull everyone else from the community that needs to be a part of this together, and setting those agendas. And the, I guess, first, you know, formal, either what we've done since the September 21st meeting to will be that second meeting in November. And then part of our job as a council between now and then will also be setting the agenda and having this, make sure that this topic is on for our joint session with the county, and then and UVA will be there too. So this March 21st or March 2021 discussion about ECC, if that's a conversation that we need to prepare for to make this work overall, then that's something that we at least need to, you know, start having those conversations between now and the meeting to be able to talk about how that will fit into the equation.
Mayor Walker, just for clarification on the October 5th agenda, would you like this as a separate action item? I mean, it could go under board commission appointments, but it sounds like you'd prefer a separate action item.
I don't know if this is something that we need to vote on. I didn't think that we needed.
Well, I think if it's going to be an appointed body, you would need to vote on the appointees.
Yeah, but we, in terms of not council not appointing, but like I'm convening a task force, and then I'm just updating the council on who those members are, and then that's different than, okay. Right?
Yeah, we can look at that and make it, we'll make it a separate agenda item.
And if it's not, then I'll update you all and we'll do something different.
Okay.
All right. So does this sound, okay, everybody's good to go?
Yeah, I mean, we got to start somewhere. And this sounds like a good place to start.
All right.
I agree with that.
Okay. Well, thank you, staff, Chief Brackney, Ms. Demick, and Mr. Goodlow for having this conversation with us. And we are ending before 11 with this part, so enjoy the rest of your evening. The hour left in the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, so next we have the discussion of the honorary street designation process. Can we take a quick 10-minute?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. All right, call this meeting back to order. All right, and next up we have the discussion on honorary street designation process and some of the requests that we that were submitted on the September 5th, 6th, the last meeting.
Eighth.
I keep guessing I get there. All right, so I think, we've had this discussion today and, over the past week. And I think there are three parts to this. That we need to decide on. One was we needed to decide on whether we were moving forward with any of the requests that have previously been submitted or that was submitted by that August 31st deadline. This part B, I guess, to that is if we were not considering all the requests, what point will we tell the public about whether we are going to consider those requests at a later date, and what is that date? And then the third part of this is the discussion around policy change with regarding this process and what moving forward there looks like for us. And so any comments on any part of that?
Madam Mayor, I would like to renew my suggestion that we actually, I guess I renewed a suggestion previously made privately. I'll make it publicly, that we ask the Historic Resource Committee to take over this task. The fact that we keep getting to it after 11 o'clock at night when we've already had a full agenda, we've already had 4.5 hours, not to mention the meeting, the closed meeting we had before that. There are a lot of requests that we've gotten, a lot of requests more that we're going to get. And it seems to me that the Historic Resource Committee, which is I've looked at the membership, and there are a lot of people there on that committee that I have a lot of respect for, and their ability to weigh these issues, both in terms of the emotion and in terms of the historic value, that they would be better off, that we would be better off delegating this to them. I would also add that there are some other issues, for example, the renaming of actual streets, where we had talked, there's been mention in particular about, for example, Rosser Lane, which is named after a major general in the Confederate Army, being one that might be renamed, not just an honorary name change, but an actual name change. I think that's the kind of issue that the Historic Resource Committee would be a good place to let them figure this out and make some recommendations to us, and let's delegate it to the people that we've already constituted this body to do essentially this kind of thing, is to evaluate what Charlottesville's response to our history should be in names and in parks and in monuments and other things like that. We've got them there. Let's use them. So it would have the further advantage of getting some things off of our agenda so that our meetings perhaps don't have to go till midnight or beyond. And we can get to some of the other issues that are facing us. The police discussion is going to be a discussion that we're going to be having probably pretty much every meeting, or at least every month, for many months now. That's something we've sort of delegated in a sense, in that we're going to be having these two task forces that will be coming up with some ideas. let's do that with the Historic Resource Committee.
And other people can chime in on their thoughts, but my thoughts with this is that, we ask for submissions by a deadline. And in this case, the fact that the execution of George Floyd and what happened after that was what started this particular process that we are in now, that I think that even if we change something moving forward, that we should at least consider the request that came in regarding 4th Street, the either Black History Pathway, and if that doesn't fit the, now I forgot what the request was, but it was Wyatt J.
Johnson.
Wyatt Park.
Wyatt Johnson.
Wyatt Johnson Way. Okay. And so we were at the decision point of whether we were going with either one of those. And then the Vinegar Hill Way for that section. And there was one more thing. I'm trying to find the list, but maybe that's it.
There's been a lot of support from the public for the Gregory Swanson proposal.
And I'll just say I understand that. And I've heard the pleas. I do want to say that when we're talking about what has come up, staff time, and that this is led by the Black community, I don't remember anyone that has, and this is something, again, you all can decide on, but I still think this is different because of who is bringing this up, and that what we are saying that I hope that we were intending to do in this moment, that is maybe a separate process. And if you all don't feel that's on here too.
Our last meeting, though, we did make decisions on 2 of the proposals that were brought forward.
Yes.
So I thought that at that point, those were the ones we considered the priority, that were the most time sensitive, and that we would be looking at other ways of these other things and moving forward being vetted. I think that we set that expectation when we first brought this up, that we recognized that with what's coming in, that just receiving these and dealing with them every time they come in is not going to be feasible for council. I thought we kind of set the expectation. And I agree that having another group at least help to kind of shepherd these requests through and then make a recommendation to council, even if we ended up, doing something slightly different or whatever. But it's just, I feel like right now it's gotten too personal. Like I want to kind of remove this body from that process into one layer at least. And so that a group like the Historic Resources Committee, which I do sit on, and I don't have to be part of that part of the conversation at all. It could be a subcommittee, but I do feel that its composition has really, and what it's achieving has really shifted during the time that I've been on there. And I really think that they have the capacity and they have the lens from which to look at this in a way that I think can be really impactful for us, and to make a recommendation so that we aren't finding ourselves, responding to these things every month. I think we have to have a more holistic process. And I do feel that it was important that we made some of those decisions immediately, and we did so last meeting. But I feel like it's a little of a slippery slope to just consider some and not others at this point. And I don't know that we have the capacity to be taking this on ourselves.
And I think what I remember us saying to the community was that acknowledging that we had kind of hit, like we were just at the end of our rope that last meeting, but that we would continue discussion today.
Which is what we're doing.
And again, based on when Myra and Don and Tanisha submitted request, it was to honor the, Black lives, the Black community. And that is what we were saying, submit your applications, even if we did not say that. That's what we thought would be coming in. And so some of these other requests that have come in, like honoring Tony Bennett, this is not the time for us to spend our time, I think, honoring another person that's associated with UVA, because again, people are saying to us that UVA has been honored and has been controlling the community, and has led to a lot of the issues that we're trying to resolve at this point. So some of these we just have to look at, I think.
Some of them don't still follow the policy. Like, as you've said before, like, we would like to have things that are honoring people. Mm-hmm. And obviously our last decision with the Black Lives Matter Boulevard, there was broad council agreement that was an exception that we would make. But I think that, and I really honestly don't have an issue with a Black History pathway. And it seems like that's really the preference of the submitters' request to go with that, and then have it to be a robust, history around that. It's near the Jefferson School. I get that. I know that doesn't comply with our current policy. And I just think this is really worth a group being tasked with really looking at these requests in the broader scheme and making recommendations to us. And that's just kind of where I am. But it's not to say that I don't think that these requests they're valued, and I don't want them to go away. I just want us to be realistic about what we can take on when making these decisions, because this is going to continue.
But I think the last meeting, there wasn't interest in necessarily making that policy change. If I'm remembering correctly, Michael may have been the only one who was saying, in terms of whether you were going to look at this in terms of based on what we have now. And if that was the conversation, I guess we were going to have with Alexandre about whether, if you want to wait to see if this is even a policy change council would consider, because based on what we said to date, that is not something that we were willing to consider. So if we were going to make an exception, that's one thing. And if we're not going to make the exception, then going with the alternative name, and that's still whether we were going even with the alternative name or the Vinegar Hill Way. So the Michael, Cena, or Councilor Hill, McGill, Council McGill, Payne, do you have a preference or comments?
Well, in thinking about it, I thought Brian Wheeler sent an email that had what I found to be valuable context of, at the time, Councilor West Bellamy had explored an initiative to look across the city at renaming streets in public places and viewing it as part of like a citywide effort. And so I know Brian just forwarded us all some of the context to that, which its council term ended before it fully developed. But I was just thinking, it seems we might be able to have the biggest impact by building on that process rather than just trying to do something totally separate here. And I know we've gotten complaints from community members that this process so far has been ad hoc, that there hasn't been a lot of community input. It's been kind of ambiguous. And I think all that's true. And I'm fine for us as a council to acknowledge we've never gotten this many street naming requests all at once. We initially got a couple specifically around renamings or honorary street names related to the Black Lives Matter movement. And because there were multiple requests of the same name but at different locations, we paused that and got tons of other additional requests that we haven't seen this before. And the process we've been using so far, it hasn't worked. And I feel like any decision we're making, it just feels very ad hoc. It doesn't feel like, I don't feel comfortable. Like, even like if we're not going to change the policy with Black History's pathways, like I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to change it with a specific name without engaging with the applicant and the many people who signed the petition for it to see how they feel about it fitting differently.
I did that.
Well, again, I'm not doubting that. I would just like to have that direct back and forth with the council about it. And I feel like there's an opportunity to tie this into changes that may be happening in public places in our city, and really think of it in a more holistic way that's tying in. I know, at least in the work that began last council, that Brian Wheeler sent us, there was a goal to try to incorporate Dr. Andrea Douglas and folks like Dr. Jelaine Schmidt into the work, and to view it as kind of building off the work of the Blue Ribbon Commission. And I just feel like with the amount of requests we've received, many of which I support and want to see happen, but thinking about where, how to locate them, how to tie them into local history, and how to tie it into, public spaces throughout the city, it feels like our biggest impact, and the way to have the clearest process with the most community engagement that's not ad hoc is to, whether it be a subcommittee, or it doesn't even have to be the Historic Resources Committee, although I think that seems like an avenue that seems like an easy one to use. But just any group or task force of people who, are thinking about this at a deeper historical level, in terms of the history of the Black community in Charlottesville and history of equity, the kind of work that's been going on at the Jefferson School. I just feel like that's how we're going to be able to have the biggest impact in a holistic way across the city in these renamings, in a way that's deeper, that's really tied into specific local history, and creates things that are tied into public spaces, and creates that kind of name change where people walk along it and have the opportunity to see and learn about more local history. And I just feel like this process, and I'd be happy as well to tie in for them to review our policy as well, and tie that in to what they're looking at. But especially if we're not changing the policy, I just think this process hasn't worked to meet, I think, what the community wants to see. And I'm fine to admit that as a council, that we just haven't gotten, a ton of street naming requests all at once, and we haven't known how to handle it.
But I also think that that's also, anticipating something we don't know if is going to be the case either, right? We, Dr. Atkins and I have been having this conversation on and off for over a year about the schools that need to be renamed, and we just haven't been able, because of everything that happened, to kind of sit down with that and see what the changes, how to start that process. But had the conversation, and that was based on some work that Jordy Yeager and another citizen, which I can't recall the name at this moment, did. I think my point is whether this process right now seems kind of ad hoc. We did request that they submit. And I sent an email, and I just want to just read what I sent to council, and Heather just chimed in, and that is also the case. I called Alexander to say, hey, your street naming request, which I shared before, is very similar to one that we said did not fit the current policy, which was the Black Excellence Way. And since that is the case, what would you amend your application to if council ends up telling you at this meeting, the last meeting, the same thing? And that email that I just sent says, hello, Mayor Walker. I've been given permission by Wyatt Johnson's daughter, Kathy Johnson Harris, to submit her father's name to Wyatt Johnson Way. And then, of course, the Black History Pathway was a part of that. And then he goes on to list some of the facts about, Mr. Johnson. and his contribution to the community. And so that conversation, I only had it to help us not end up where we've ended up with, the same space that we was before. So if there's consistent, I think there are 3 of you that's saying that you all want to send this to and Sina, I don't know if you want to chime in, but.
Also just mention that like 2 of the people that you all have mentioned would be helpful in this process are actually part of the Historic Resources Committee, Dr. Schmidt and Mr. Yeager.
Yes, Heather, what I'm saying at this moment is they're going to send us recommendations back, right, based on something we've already requested from citizens. And I think for this process, in terms of what we requested, we can just say, if we don't agree with Black History Pathway, Wyatt Johnson Way, or Vinegar Hill Way, we could say that. If we agree with any of those things, we're still going to have to ultimately answer to the individuals who submitted those requests. And I don't know why delaying that does anything.
I just think there's as Michael was saying, there's an opportunity to engage further with the applicants or the people who are submitting these requests. And I think the Historic Resources Committee can do just that, because there clearly is still a lot of churn even around Mr. Zanz and what his preference would be, even for my conversation with him this morning. And so I just don't want to get in the business of like, he said, she said. No, like, let's give a chance for a group of people to meet with anyone who's submitting this and to reach out proactively and hear their perspective, so that can be part of the recommendation process versus, I agree, this kind of ad hoc approach where we're just trying to make it work on the fly at 11:30.
Or I guess where I see the opportunity is, and as I said last meeting, I support the renaming of Black History Pathway. And the concern last council meeting was that it didn't fit the policy. So then when we changed the policy, and there was an agreement to change the policy.
Oh.
And so that's part of it. And so where I see the opportunity is giving them the direction to not only look at these requests, but to look at the policy and think about it in the context of the work that really just, that Brian Wheeler sent us about the brainstorming and the starting of the work of Councilor West Bellamy started around renaming throughout the city, and just take this as an opportunity to do something that's bigger and deeper and really rooted in local history. And I think there are multiple requests we've already received, which I hope can be a part of that. I mean, we've also received street renaming requests related to local Indigenous history, which I think is another really important piece of recontextualizing our public spaces and local history. And again, to me, it just seems like the easiest way to build on this as an opportunity.
All right.
Oh, I'm Councilor McGill. Did you have any?
I was just gonna say I would vote to rename the 4th Street Wyatt Johnson Pathway, and then for a secondary piece to things that we task the Human Resources Committee from then on to look at both the policy.
Historic Resources Committee. Don't want to confuse the two.
What did I say?
There's a Human Rights Commission and the Historic Resources Committee, and you kind of combine them. So I'm just making sure that we're clear.
HRCs.
They're both HRCs, yes.
And
I'm not comfortable with us making a final decision with that one applicant, because I just feel like I got mixed messages, and I just think that they're open to having the conversation. He sounded open to understanding that a process might need to be followed or changed, but just wants to be able to have the conversation. So
what Mr. Alexander said to you was that he ultimately desires Wyatt, the Black History Pathway. That's his number one goal, which what he submitted initially.
Pretty passionate about it. And so I don't want to take away from that opportunity to have his voice heard on that. If the policy could be changed, or if there's recommendation for that.
But Heather, we just had agreement. I at least don't want to leave this meeting, even if we're going to vote to move this to the HRC, to set it up to where that is going to be a possibility without us making an exception. Because only one council member, even if that is an advisory board recommendation, which it probably won't be, honestly, right? That we already are saying that we didn't support the change. So if they present it to us, is that different?
I am open to a group of people thinking about this in a deeper way than we are right now and making that recommendation. I'm not opposed to that. We already have made an exception to the policy in some regards with some of the other ones that we've done more. One of the ones we did.
Well, no, the Black Lives Matter. Mr. Blair said that wasn't an exception. So we did not make an exception for that one. But it seemed there are 3 people who support moving it to the Human
Historic
Resource Committee. And so we can move on. All right, next we have the city financial report for August 2020.
We need to take a vote on whether if this goes to the Historic Resources Committee.
I was going to suggest that there is a motion and second.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we transition this process, and I'm not even sure in the existing requests, or
refer the existing requests in the policy to the Historic Resources Committee to bring back recommendations to council.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
And did we get feedback from anyone other than the one member who made that suggestion about them even looking at this? And
we haven't engaged them in conversation about it, but it's certainly, as a member of that, it's definitely something very consistent with the things they're taking up.
We got an email from Jenny Keller, who I think is one of the co-chairs, in essence volunteering the Historic Resource Committee.
Was there a second? There was already a second.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right, that carries 4-1. And next up, we have the city financial report for August 2020.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, the public. What you had before you is the second financial report that we are providing the council. This covers the month of August for the general fund revenues as well as expenditures. And then as well as our CARES Act allocations. These are all 3 budget items that we talked about and have been requested by the council to show in terms of where we are at with our financials at this point. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian, who can give the PowerPoint presentation.
Sure. Thanks. As Dr. Richardson said, we're going to continue to provide council with a snapshot of the general fund and utilities revenues and expenditures, as well as the progress of the approved CARES fund expenditures. Brian, if you can go to the next slide. These slides are just going to hit a few of the highlights. A more detailed spreadsheet was provided to you as part of the council packet for all of these. But again, in looking at our general fund revenues to date, we are looking at about 98% of our year-to-date target that we've hit. As I explained last month, for the revenues, we're going to focus on how we perform compared to our projections as opposed to the percentage total of the total budget because of the irregularities of the collection dates of many of these revenues. All the figures you see are our year-to-date projections and our year-to-date actuals from July 1st through August 31st on these. And in looking at the revenues, the projections are based on our adopted budget that was revised to account for the changes due to COVID. We have a revenue team that meets monthly, meets twice a month to review all our revenues and update the projections. We feel that for right now, all these projections are still holding as to our original projections. The team kind of felt that it would be best to wait until after we have a full first quarter figures before we really make any changes to the budgets and the projections on our revenues. And looking at some of the larger revenues and the revenues that were more affected by the COVID situation. Our meals tax is just slightly below our projections, and it was at about 99% last month. It's about 98% this month, so it's still tracking fairly well with the revised projections we made. Sales continues to outperform our projections. Lodging, we're still coming in slightly below what our original revised projections were on this in the adopted budget, what our adopted budget projections are. But again, this is up from last month, which was around 57%, and it's continuing to show increases as our occupancy rate for August was around 50%, which is up from the previous month and the previous month before that. So our occupancy rate is continuing to climb. So this is continuing to perform better while it's not hitting what we thought, the marks we thought. It is improving. So we're kind of sitting back and looking and going to get another month's worth of data before we come back to you next month with potentially some revised projections on some of these larger revenues. Real estate and personal property, those are collected twice a year. So while there's just a little bit that has come in so far to date, the big collections are in December and June. Next slide, please, Brian. On the expenditure side, if you look at it, 2 months worth of expenditures is approximately 16.6% of the year if we were to look at it, if everything was spread evenly. Again, a lot of these have some one-time cost, fixed cost and one-time costs that come up front. So while they may look a little bit higher right now, speaking specifically of public safety and the Public Works Parks and Rec combination, a lot of that is due to some one-time costs that have come out and some fixed costs that have come out at the beginning. And as you go through the years, those projections will start to mirror more closely what you would see as far as the percentages go. To date, we're at about 14% of our total general fund budgets. And this is, so far, we're right in line with what we were anticipating. And if you have any questions, please feel free to stop. Just trying to hit this quickly. The non-departmental activities, I did want to say that's mainly our transfers to other funds, our debt service transfers, some of the larger payments there, and those are normally done as one-time payments about mid-year in a lot of the cases. So that's why you don't see many expenditures in those areas yet. So come mid-year, they'll start to be closer to that 50% range or above, depending on that. And healthy families and communities is slightly low, but next month you should see a larger jump because that's where we have our payments to the outside agencies, and those come out on a quarterly basis. So when the next quarter comes out, they'll be a little bit high at the beginning of that quarter until we start to normalize as we move through. But that's just a few of those. And again, these are broken down in a little bit more detail in the sheets that were in your council packet. Finally, as far as the CARES goes, on the last slide, Brian. This is our allocations for the first round of funding. I know there's going to be some discussions coming up on the second round of funding, but for our first 4.1 million, this is where we were with those. And this shows you the major categories. And overall, we're at about 76% expended of the first round totals. And, technology is one that hasn't had a lot of expenditures yet, but there has been several of the multiple requests that are awaiting the final approval to cut the checks and make those purchases that will expend the majority of those funds. So we're moving through these funds as we expected and getting ready to start up on the second round of funding that you guys will discuss here in the next few weeks. At this point, I'm happy to take any questions you may have on any of this. And
what's the deadline again for when CARES Act allocations need to be spent?
December the 31st. And that is both the first round and the second round of funding. They all have to be spent by the 31st. There was talk of extending the deadline, but nothing happened on that. So it's the same deadline.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of the sales tax, what's driving
So I know that question came up last month as well, and I had spoken with Mr. Divers about that and asked, it doesn't provide whether it's a brick and mortar versus online. It just gives kind of those are the reports submitted by the state. It doesn't break it out into that much detail. We would have to, he'd have to send in requests to the state to get more breakouts of that. So that's why it's hard for us to say exactly what's driving all of that. He has some detail that we can provide to you, but it's not a large breakdown of here, this much on the corner and this much in downtown. And so that would all have to be done manually and is a very labor intensive process that could take.
And is Chris Engel following it with his work? Is he following where it's coming in at? Because I think it's very important in terms of the money that's being allocated to businesses. If more certain segments of the business population, if they're struggling more than others, and there are other people, other businesses that are doing well, then we can be more strategic in the dollars that we are allocating. And if it's all online and it's not being driven by establishment within the city limits, then that's something that that would be worth noting. So that's why I just keep
sure. Yeah, and I do know there is some tracking that is happening. I'd have to check with Chris Engel and Todd to see exactly. Chris does more of that breakout, and so I'd have to check with them and get back to you on that.
Okay.
As to what they can easily provide as far as a detailed breakout.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe this isn't for Ryan, but not sure who can answer, but because the CARES was supposed to be on our agenda today, what is our plan for when we'll have it in front of us, and because we do have to have a public hearing on it? So are we going to do our next council meeting, but maybe do a first reading prior to that? Because I don't want us to be getting too late in the game because we have to spend this money too.
That was going to be presented to us at one of the forums.
So is that going to be a first reading?
You can have first reading at your September 29th work session if that's your preference.
And then the second reading would be the 5th, which would include a public hearing and then a vote.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any concerns with that timeline?
I think the public is important. Are there concerns if this isn't approved until
That's what I'm asking.
Vote the second meeting in October?
Isn't that going to make it kind of tight to spend it?
The only thing I would offer that I'm aware of, and maybe Ms. Shelton, I don't know if there's been any follow-up, but there is a request for some cameras for polling places. And I think that there has to be a few weeks lag time between ordering and receipt of those cameras if that expenditure is funded. So
he should have them in time though, with them voting on the 5th of October.
On the 5th, right.
Right, the first October meeting, yeah.
Yes.
So we'll republish it for another public hearing, but we're gonna have a first reading next week.
Yes.
During our work session or our strategic planning session.
Yes, we hope to put it before you start the strategic planning session.
So I think we should maybe start earlier and at least give the public an opportunity to chime in.
So maybe start that meeting at 10.
Thoughts? We will have made the decision and we are presenting what we have agreed upon, right? And so I think that then we would be doing the public hearing just because it's required versus if there are any changes that are recommended. I'm still concerned about the time of that, that it's 10 in the morning, but Yeah, do you all,
The allocations for the second round are pretty much mimicking the allocations we presented to you guys during the first round. So we really don't expect too much discussion on the new allocation because it's pretty much the same that we submitted before. Maybe a few dollars here and
Yeah,
there, but it's
couple.
pretty much the same.
yeah, but there were a couple conversations today about, you know, like if IT is still using the resources that they had from the first round of funding, is that where that dollars need to go? So we still have some questions.
And so I had conversations with Chris Collins, who's been in conversation with Sunny, the IT director, and we'll continue those again tomorrow to finalize his numbers because, like you just mentioned, I don't want him to be requesting more money than he needs to, so that we can have some put aside in contingency for council's use.
All right. And that same line of questioning fell under the Public Works and.
Yes. I will be meeting with IT, Public Works, and Human Services on tomorrow to finalize the numbers so that we can get them to you guys in time for you to review before the Tuesday meeting.
Okay.
We just weren't ready to do it today.
Oh, thank you. Understand.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? No? All right. Well, thank you all for the report. Is there any other business? No other business? Okay. So, Mr. Wheeler, could you open it up for the matters by the public?
If you'd like to speak to council under other matters from the public, click the raise hand icon on the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Mayor Walker, we do have 4 hands up at the moment. And first up is Harold Foley. Harold, you're on with council.
What time is it? Good morning or good afternoon or whatever. I want to say 2 things. I really appreciate the efforts of doing something in regards to the DMC report. I really am excited to see council taking forward. But one thing I want to make sure that we don't forget, folks do get arrested at UVA. And so we might want to think about UVA arrest records also. Another thing is the General Assembly. If y'all talking about putting something together, a task force about the DMC report, you got to have your stuff ready to go with the General Assembly about right now, between now and October, to really present to the General Assembly. So I think if you can get staff to look at what is the legislative needs going forward, it would be great, because if you don't, you just have to wait till next year if you're going to put a task force together to try to make that happen. That's it. Hey, good night. I hope y'all have wonderful rest, and don't let the bug bite, whatever, the old saying. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Mr. Blair, in terms of if we had legislative items that we wanted to add to our packet, is that something that we could work on and present by, November for consideration, or is that too late?
Well, I understand what Mr. Foley was stating. What would typically happen is either the second meeting in October or your first meeting in November, the council adopts its legislative agenda for that year. And then there's communication with legislators after the adoption on the council's priorities as well as any specific bills. So I think if there was something, if legislative proposals were in, and I do want to remind that the legislative committee this year is Vice Mayor McGill and Councilor Snook. If you could get those to them, they can ultimately work with Ms. Robertson and myself on finalizing this legislative agenda. And again, it's typically either the last meeting in October or the first meeting in November.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on the City Council.
I want to go back to the earlier portion of the meeting where you all was kind of like pointing the finger, who was to blame or whatever. So first off, Chief Brackney had a lot to say, but we've yet to get an answer on who gave the keys for the state troopers to be driving the city vehicles. Did you guys ever find a solution to that? The answer? Did we resolve that mystery? Did we call in the mystery van to resolve that? I don't think so. I don't recall y'all saying it at council anyway. Oh, y'all can't hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay. Also, I also want to bring up the honorary street thing. It's mighty funny that y'all just completely went with Alexander's request when he was informed by Mr. Wheeler that he submitted after me. So I resubmitted, went back, redid my entire application with the help of other community members because you said it didn't fit the policy. Now, neither of his fit the policy because you said that it had to be a current event, a past historic event, or, and I just literally tried to cater to the individuals of Vinegar Hill, not singling anyone out. Because a lot of you may not know, but Nakaya definitely knows this. Black people love to bring up that certain people, you know, like it's just a person when Vinegar Hill happened to a large number of Black people, not just specific Black people. So I tried to be fair and just didn't want to single anybody out by naming it Vinegar Hill Way. So like y'all gotta do better with that one at the end of the day too, because I'm not gonna rest with mine just being tossed to the side. I don't care who don't like me sitting on council. You can bet your eyebrows or do whatever you want to do. I don't care. I'm definitely not gonna sit on it. So I will keep putting in requests because I feel like y'all doing this being intentional the same way I felt like y'all were being intentional trying to micromanage the city manager. And I called it out in May. I'm going to still call it out. And even when he gone and moved on with his life and went to a different city, I'm going to still call it out because y'all being intentional with things. Y'all being so petty and so unprofessional. And as a mayor, you lack a lot of professionalism. I won't even put you on the spot or put your text messages out there, but you definitely lack professionalism. And I'm not the only one that knows that. I'm not the only one that's been noticing that. And I'm not the only one that's been putting you on the spot with that. You just been very unprofessional in a lot of things that you're doing because you have personal issues with individuals. If you focus on your work, then I think that Charlottesville probably could be a much better place. Good night.
So thank you, Ms. Hudson. Two things I did bring up to council that we need to make a decision about Vinegar Hill Way or Wyatt Johnson Way or Black History Pathway. And I also stated that I had the same conversation with Mr. Alexander that we had with you. So there was no separation there and did not rule out your street and referenced it. And I think that was the only point that mattered. So I don't have any other comments.
Mayor Walker, next up is Carol Thorpe, who joins via telephone. Carol, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian. First, I wanted to call to follow up on my earlier call this evening. Councilor Hill, just to verify, I went back on Facebook and looked up the podcast that I had viewed. There was no attachment of any sort of announcement to that to that broadcast. So unless Brian took it off for some reason, I think it would have stayed there had it been posted. I had no reason at the time to look anywhere else on the web, meaning the city website or elsewhere. So I would recommend in the future that at least that such a thing be posted where people would be viewing. There were also 40 comments left to that broadcast, and people were asking the same question. So if I missed it, I wasn't the only one. So I just wanted to clarify that. Another thing I'd like to mention with regard to the honorary street name, there seems to be a lot of confusion, at least I thought so during your conversations, about what was said to the public in regards to filing suggestions for the street names. As I recall it, there wasn't any sort of qualification put on there that, or restrictions that street names had to have a certain qualification to them, that they had to say, have a racial justice slant to them or anything. So whoever put in, for example, the Tony Bennett suggestion, I don't think that person should be disqualified just on that alone. What I'd recommend is, since there was a podcast of that meeting too, perhaps that you go back and listen to what the public was told. I just took it at the time. Now, I didn't submit a street name, so I don't have a dog in this fight. But at least what I heard at the time was that anybody who wanted to submit a street name suggestion, that now was the time and do it by that deadline. So if there weren't any parameters put, I think it's fair to consider all the people equally that put in suggestions. And lastly, to Dr. Richardson, I too would like to thank you very much for your service. As former chair of the Jefferson Area Tea Party, I will say, on the one hand, I'm none too happy as a person who is very strict with the taxpayer's dollar to see you leave with $205,000 in salary that you're not technically earning because you're not here to work for it. On the other hand, my history of viewing city council, and I will say this particular iteration of city council, I can only imagine that this has been a very trying experience for you. So I will say that if somebody has to walk away with $205,000 as sort of a consolation prize, or at least a wonderful parting gift, you probably, sir, have earned that. And so I'd like to thank you for what I've seen as your professionalism in this. And I hope that that City Council will, I don't know what you're going to do in terms of another city manager, but please, I hope you'll do at least as well as this gentleman that you are letting slip through your fingers. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
I just want to clarify, I'm not sure where folks look for this information from our past meetings, but I did go to council meetings and agendas, and I pulled up the special meeting from September 11th, and it has the notice of the special meeting followed by the resolution and the amendment. So that information should be available for anyone who wants to go through our city website, which is tied to all of our council meeting agendas and minutes.
Yep, and I just did the same. You can go to charlottesville.gov/agenda, go down to the past meetings, and it's available under the September 11th event. That said, it was posted right as the meeting was started, and any viewers on Facebook or one of the live streams wouldn't have been able to readily see a link to that. So that does make sense. Our next speaker and the last hand that's up is Don Gathers. Don, you're on with City Council.
Good evening once again. And again, I want to say thank you, Dr. Richardson, before you leave. Just want to suggest that we stop with the narrative and the conversations about how long the meetings go, how late they go, as that's really not what the public wants to hear. So many of us, at least some of us, stay up with you throughout these meetings. This is what you signed up for. This is what you ran for. So let's if we can quell that particular conversation, and also in that same vein, we elected you all to do the work, not to punt the ball, not to pass it along. So in that vein, I would really like to see you all take control of the city street names as opposed to passing it on to someone else, because what we've done now is created another level of bureaucracy. You all had to vote on passing it to the historic commission. They then need to vote to bring it back to you for another vote. It's just a layer upon a layer of bureaucracy that's really not necessary. If you've got that many that you're just completely inundated with it, then just have a special session just to deal with that, where the public can come in and actually interact with you all and explain why they brought forth this particular recommendation. But to pass it on to another committee to only bring it back to you to have to vote on it subsequently anyway is just adding too much minutia to the mix. So I appreciate what you all do, appreciate the work that you put in and the time that you put in, but let's just focus. That's all that I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, anyone else?
Yes, Mayor Walker, Joy Johnson. Joy, you're on the city council. Go ahead. Joy, can you hear us? It looks like you've unmuted your microphone. Now it's muted again. There you go. Can you say a few words? I'm afraid we're not hearing you if you're talking.
Is there a number she can call into?
Ms. Johnson, in the email that you received about the registration link, there is a phone number. And you would call that number and enter your webinar ID, which is also in the email. Mayor Walker, that could take several minutes. If anyone else wants to address council at this time, you can click the raise hand icon. Ms. Johnson, we still have your mic active.
It's not working.
Her current connection, we're not hearing her. I don't see that she is dialed in at this time. She could be trying to dial in.
All right. Well, maybe we can get those, send her a text to see if she was calling. So maybe she's calling in since she's off. Okay. I don't think she's going to call in. All right. Is that the last hand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Enjoy your morning and meeting adjourned. Thank you all.